Chapter 2954. Everyone had come out except for that Lin Xian. It's over. That Lin Xian must have been trying to snatch the fire spirit pearl. What mechanism did he trigger? He actually unleashed such a terrifying power. Everyone was talking about it. The two-headed dragon, however, laughed out loud. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. His two gigantic heads laughed maniacally. Kid, you're really courting death. I didn't expect the power of the fire spirit pearl to be far beyond my expectations. If we had snatched it, we might have been banned by now. He was feeling very good now, because the fire spirit pearl should have been theirs. But they were defeated by the other party. But it didn't matter. So what if they were defeated? That kid was strong, but in front of this power, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. This power was not weaker than a saint's. No one below a saint could resist it, even if they had a saint artifact. Indeed, when the primordial elites sensed this power, they all revealed sinister smiles. Even the injured Qilin race's prodigy had returned. Her ice-cold face was filled with malevolence. Brat, go to hell. Damn kid. Nothing must happen to him. The dark, red, divine dragon roared, shocking the 10,000 ancient race experts. At the same time, he looked ahead worriedly. The 10,000 ancient races were intimidated by the dragon's aura and didn't dare to speak. But everyone was laughing coldly in their hearts. In their opinion, Lin Xian was definitely going to die this time around. At this moment, there was still no one left in the flame pagoda. Of course, Lin Xian was the only exception. Lin Xian was on the 7th floor of the flame pagoda, surrounded by countless purple flames. Previously, he had forcefully raised his strength and burned his body to seal the fire spirit pearl. But he had triggered the fire spirit pearl's ferocious nature. It unleashed an attack that wasn't weaker than a saint's. So at this moment, Lin Xian's body instantly shattered. Boom! Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body exploded into pieces. Blood flowed, and his corpse flew everywhere. It was a horrifying scene. This was the most serious injury Lin Xian had ever suffered. However, he didn't die. At his level, unless his soul was completely obliterated, he wouldn't die. Lin Xian's soul was wrapped in the dragon sword's soul and fused into one. At this moment, he let out a crazy roar. So what if my body is destroyed? My soul, battle spirit, condense. With a furious roar, Zhu Yang's body condensed again, and his palm reached for the fire spirit pearl again, but it shattered 9-yang. Just like that, Lin Xian shattered 9 times in a row and reformed 9 times. His face was incomparably pale, and his strength and soul were both extremely weak. Although Lin Xian possessed the great dragon sword soul, he was not immortal. Thus, if he continued to forcefully seize the heavenly Tao, he might really be destroyed in the end. Although the situation Lin Xian, he wouldn't give up. His eyes were filled with determination and unyielding determination. To Lin, a swordsman is a sharp weapon, unyielding even when twisted. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous like thunder. He had the conviction that even if he had to die, he had to seal this fire spirit pearl. This was the last time. Lin Xian didn't hold back. He used all his ultimate moves. At the same time, the mysterious little sword in his body began to change again. This mysterious small sword had been with him since he started cultivating. It was given to him by his father. Usually, it didn't do anything in his body. In fact, he had almost forgotten about it. But at this critical moment, there was another strange change. A sword light appeared on the mysterious small sword and enveloped the fire spirit pearl. Suddenly, the fire spirit pearl, which was as strong as a saint, calmed down. The flames on it also weakened. Then, it rushed toward the mysterious small sword. With a swoosh, it disappeared into the mysterious small sword. Was it taken in? Lin Xian was shocked. He reformed his body. He didn't probe the mysterious small sword at all. He realized that it was even more mysterious than the dragon's sword soul. He only knew that there was a strange space in the mysterious small sword. Wine Lord was in there. He had been in there before, but he could only move around in a small area. Usually, he couldn't activate the mysterious small sword. He didn't expect the mysterious small sword to show its power at this critical moment. It took in the terrifying fire spirit pearl. Not only that, he felt the world spinning. He was also taken in by the mysterious small sword. In the next moment, he was in that strange space again. The ancient tree in front of him had withered. He didn't know how long it had been there. He vaguely remembered that Wine Lord used to drink wine under this ancient tree and guide him in his cultivation. Now, Wine Lord had left and become a super saint. He was no longer the ignorant youth. The space in the small sword had a special power. It made the violent fire spirit pearl as docile as a kitten. Lin Xian was tempted. He tried to absorb the power in the fire spirit pearl. On the surface of the fire spirit pearl, the purple pattern spread again. Terrifying flames spread, but this time it wasn't so fierce. Although the power was terrifying, Lin Xian felt that it wasn't a fatal threat to him. Great, I can absorb it. Lin Xian was happy, although he still didn't understand the secret of the mysterious small sword. But now, he didn't have time to think so much. He had to quickly use the flames in the fire spirit pearl to increase the power of the 9-yang divine body. Buzz! Lin Xian waved his hand and sent out the dragon's sword soul. He let it absorb the power of the fire spirit pearl. At the same time, he used the power of the fire spirit pearl to temper the 9-yang divine body. He definitely wouldn't let go of such a fierce power. For a moment, Lin Xian cultivated here. Outside, the dark red dragon and the others didn't leave the flame pagoda. They were waiting anxiously. If Lin Xian didn't come out, they wouldn't leave. However, those ancient creatures didn't wait. In the 3rd district, there were many other places besides the flame pagoda. They began to search for other places. Among them, the Red Wing race, Baiyin race, and Blood Moon race began to work together to kill those related to Lin Xian. The main targets were the dark red dragon, Morong Qingcheng, and Xinjingqiu. After all, Lin Xian had a deep hatred for these ancient races. Previously, Lin Xian was so strong that they couldn't defeat him. But now, Lin Xian was killed, and they had nothing to worry about. They swore that they would kill everyone who was related to Lin Xian. They wanted to send all of them to hell. A huge battle broke out. Although Lin Xian was no longer there, the dark red dragon and Morong Qingqing weren't jealous. Xinjingqiu was also strong. In addition, they had the support of their sacred grounds. Therefore, the battle was very fierce. However, the 10,000 ancient races were too strong. Many prodigies began to work together. In the end, the 2-headed dragon and the female prodigy from the Fire Qilin cave that Lin Xian had injured also made a move. Chapter 2955. Luckily, both of them had powerful trump cards, so they were not killed. Ha ha ha! I heard you too, are that brat's women? Today, I will kill both of you in front of everyone. I will humiliate both of you to death. I will let everyone know the consequences of offending the 10,000 ancient races. Not only will the people involved die, but everyone else will also die. I will kill you in the most humiliating way possible. The dual-headed dragon roared as he stared at Morong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu. On the other side, the prodigies of the scarlet-winged race, the silver race, and the blood moon rental race also surrounded them. Don't kill this woman. Cripple her, break her limbs, and disfigure her. I want to take it and exchange it with the Phoenix clan. The female prodigy of the Fire Qilin cave had a cold expression. He knew that Morong Qingqing's bloodline was extraordinary, and the divine Emperor Qilin wanted it. Although he did not obtain the Fire Spirit Pearl, as long as he captured Morong Qingqing and handed her to the divine Phoenix Ridge, the divine Emperor Ridge would definitely give him a treasure even more precious than the Fire Spirit Pearl. All right, then I will kill this dragon. His bloodline power is even stronger than mine. If I eat it, I will definitely evolve. When that happens, I will definitely become the strongest bloodline under the Crown Prince. The dual-headed dragon was also excited. Then this woman will be mine. The prodigy of the silver race can hold off Shinjingqiu. I just happen to be lacking a slave and a cultivation vessel. I will use that brat's woman as my slave. As for the people of Immortal Palace, all the women will be slaves, and the men will be thrown into the 18 levels of hell, never to be reincarnated. The 10,000 ancient races stared at the martial artists of Immortal Palace and smiled maliciously. Damn it, how dare you! Gu Santong roared angrily and led the Gu clan over. Yi Wudao also snorted and stood out. I will not allow you to do such a thing to Brother Lin's friends. They were on good terms with Lin Xian, although Lin Xian's fate was unknown. However, they wouldn't allow the 10,000 ancient races to attack Morong Qingqing and the others. Seeing Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the others step forward, Immortal Palace's martial artists breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, someone was helping them. However, in the next moment, their expressions became extremely ugly. What? You want to stand up for that, Lin Xian? The two-headed dragon sneered. This is a personal grudge between us and that brat. If you stand out, it will become a grudge between the human race and the 10,000 ancient races. Do you think the 10,000 ancient races will be afraid of you? As they spoke till here, the other geniuses of the supreme ancient immortal realms laughed out coldly as powerful figures appeared one after another. All of them walked out. What? Do the humans want to fight us again? I'll play with you guys. In this battle, all of you will definitely die here. Yi Wudao, Gu Santong, and the others frowned when they heard this. Damn it, this fellow actually wants to unite all the 10,000 ancient races. Holy Sun, we can't be impulsive. The Yi family's disciples quickly advised. The other holy sons and holy daughters also said, Brother Yi, please reconsider. Brother Yi, please don't start a war between the human race and the 10,000 ancient races. We can't withstand such a blow. Damn it, how despicable. The dark red dragon was so angry that it stomped its feet. It originally had hope, but it didn't expect that hope to be destroyed. Don't blame me today, two-headed dragon. I'll stew you with the bloodline of dragons that don't remember. The dark red dragon was truly enraged. With a roar it charged out. The two-headed dragon snorted. You think I'm afraid of you? Today, I'll drink your dragon blood and evolve. The two dragons collided in the sky, and a terrifying sound wave surged in all directions. At the same time, the Fire Qilin Grotto's prodigies, the Silver Race's Heaven Sex prodigies, and the Blood Moon Race's prodigies all attacked Morong Qingqing and Shinjingqiu. Humph! Morong Qingqing snorted coldly as the phoenix phantom on her body spun rapidly from a lotus platform beneath her feet. Kill! With a delicate shout, she used the Jade Pool's divine ability and fought with the Fire Spirit Grotto's prodigy. On the other side, Shinjingqiu also used Xia's divine ability and attacked quickly. The two of them could be considered top-notch saintesses. They were powerful and could reach 35,000 units of archaic power. It could be said that they were extremely terrifying. As expected, the moment the two of them attacked, countless people cried out in surprise. Heavens, they were actually so powerful. That's right, Morong Qingqing was powerful, but they didn't expect Saintess Xia to be so powerful. They hadn't seen her fight many times, but she was also so terrifying. Many people looked at Shinjingqiu's figure in shock. Even the 10,000 archaic races had solemn expressions. Of course, there were also people who sneered. So what if she's powerful? Isn't it just 35,000 units of archaic power? She's not a match for us at all. Besides, we have the Heaven Sect on our side. We can overwhelm them with numbers. That was indeed the case. Apart from Morong Qingqing, the dark red divine dragon, and Shinjingqiu, the others like Peacock, Hui Dao, and the members of Immortal Palace were a bit weaker. However, they were the elites of Immortal Palace and had many ultimate techniques in their hands. At this moment, they didn't fight alone. Instead, They worked together to form a powerful killing formation to resist. It's useless. You can't beat me. I have 40,000 units of archaic power. The Fire Qilin Grotto's prodigy laughed. With a wave of his hand, the Fire Qilin rushed out and collided with Murong Qingqing's Phoenix Phantom. In the sky, countless bolts of lightning shot out like flood dragons, piercing through all directions. Murong Qingqing didn't say anything. Her beautiful face was incomparably cold. Indeed, the other party was right. She was a top-notch existence in the human race, but the other party was too powerful. This battle seemed to be evenly matched, but it made the blood in her body boil. If it wasn't for her special bloodline, she would have been killed by now, as expected of the 5-colored phoenix bloodline. Without the corresponding inheritance, she could grow to such a level. It was unbelievable, but now it could end. The Fire Qilin Grotto's female prodigy said coldly. To be honest, she was also very surprised. One had to know that in addition to the power of their bloodline, they also had a bloodline inheritance passed down from ancient times. This inheritance was a kind of cultivation method. Only this kind of inheritance method could allow one's bloodline power to be maximized. Without it, one wouldn't be able to use the advantage of their bloodline power. However, the woman in front of her didn't have the phoenix bloodline inheritance at all. But with just her bloodline power, she had already grown to the top of the human race. If she was given a secret bloodline inheritance method, she would definitely soar into the sky. She might even be a peerless prodigy among the 10,000 ancient races. However, she wasn't afraid. The people who came to the divine Phoenix Ridge would definitely not allow him to continue growing. All she needed to do now was to grab hold of him. Buzz! With a wave of his hand, the purple furnace was taken out. Endless smoke turned into purple sword lights that shot forward. Buzz, buzz, buzz! Chapter 2956. Murong Qingqing waved her phoenix-winged golden fan, which filled the sky with light. She cut open the void and instantly appeared on the other side. The place where she was originally standing was drowned by endless sword qi and turned into nothingness. Damn it! Too strong! Murong Qingqing's expression was ugly. In the distance, the spectators also exclaimed. It was too dangerous. If one was hit by the sword qi, even an invincible king would be instantly killed. 40,000 units of the ancient era's power was truly terrifying. That was for sure. The 10th generation son by Qian Sen only had 38,000 Archean power. This woman was even more terrifying than the 10th generation son by. Was this the strength of an Archean royal family? Everyone exclaimed. The cultivators of the Jade Lake sacred ground were in despair. That was because Murong Qingqing was really in danger. Do you think you can dodge it? Just as Murong Qingqing was about to heave a sigh of relief, a cold voice came from behind her. Then a palm with flames in the sky slapped her body. Puff! Murong Qingqing shot out countless lotus shadows to block behind her, but she was still sent flying by the palm. In the next moment, she spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward. Not good. The Jade Lake sacred ground was injured. Everyone exclaimed, Sacred ground! The cultivators of the Jade Lake sacred ground screamed and rushed forward. But more Archean creatures appeared and stopped them. You want to leave? Stay here. These were the Archean creatures of the Blood Moon clan and the Redwing clan. Their faces were ferocious as they blocked the cultivators of the Jade Lake sacred ground. Not only the cultivators of the Jade Lake, but the cultivators of the Immortal Palace and Xixia sacred ground were also affected. Many of them were injured, and some of them were even blasted into pieces. The scene could be said to be very miserable. Sister Qingqing, Xinjingqiu, also cried out when she saw the scene. She anxiously turned her head to look. Little girl, why don't you worry about yourself first? The prodigy of the Silver Clan smiled sinisterly and waved his hand. Silver runes shone and turned into a silver mountain that blasted toward Xinjingqiu. Puff! Shin Jingqiu also spat out blood and flew backward. Not good. Saint Daughter Zixia was also injured. Damn it! The dark, red, divine dragon roared. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Just you wait. When little Xian Z comes out, I'll have him kill all of you. He was about to go mad with anger. What? Do you still want that brat to live? How could this be? The aura within the flame tower was comparable to that of a sage. Perhaps even those sect leaders would not be able to withstand it. Do you think that kid will be able to survive? What a joke. He has already gone to hell. Soon, I will send you to hell and let you reunite in the netherworld. Ferocious voices rang out one after another. Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu's injuries worsened. However, they weren't killed because the 10,000 ancient races didn't want to kill them. In the sky, countless purple sword qi intertwined and formed a deity binding net that enveloped Murong Qingqing. She was about to be sealed. Not good. Murong Qingqing's heart sank. Am I really going to be captured by someone? If that was the case, he might as well die. At this moment of crisis, a golden fist appeared in the sky and shattered the seal in the sky. Had Lin Xian come out? Everyone exclaimed. That golden fist was too terrifying. However, they soon realized that it wasn't. It wasn't Lin Xian, but Yi Wudao. Yi Wudao had made a move. At this critical moment, Yi Wudao had saved Murong Qingqing. Damn it, do you want to fight the entire 10,000 ancient races? The female prodigy from Fire Qilin Cave screamed. Yi Wudao's strength was terrifying. He had a sage physique and could definitely threaten her. However, he probably wouldn't dare to use his full strength. Otherwise, the 10,000 ancient races would definitely slaughter these people mercilessly. You're overthinking it. I won't use the Yi family's power, but Brother Lin and I will be fine. I'm standing up for him, so it doesn't count as fighting the 10,000 ancient races. Yi Wudao soared into the sky. Me too. Gu Santong stood out. No Flower also stood out. The three of them had a good relationship with Lin Xian, so the three of them attacked together. As for their sacred grounds and families, they didn't move. They watched the battle from afar. This way, it wouldn't count as a war between the human race and the 10,000 ancient races. Humph. Yi Wudao, right? I've long wanted to test out a sage physique. Today I'll play with you. The female prodigy from Fire Qilin Cave shouted and formed a seal. The Fire Qilin symbol on her body shone even brighter. Her bloodline power condensed into a clone that charged towards Murong Qingqing. As for her true form, she shot toward Leaf Daodenier. I'll fight you. The White Silver Warrior and the Blood Moon race sent two heavenly sects to meet No Flower and Gu Santong. In an instant, the battle erupted again. There were too many prodigies from the 10,000 ancient races, and each one of them was incomparably powerful. We humans aren't their match at all. Many people shook their heads. Although Yi Wudao and the other two had taken action, it seemed impossible to reverse the situation. Sure enough, Murong Qingqing was already heavily wounded. Although she was only facing a doppelganger, the power of this doppelganger was extremely frightening. It was roughly equivalent to Bai Qiansan's, with 38,000 units of archaic power. Murong Qingqing was already difficult to deal with when she wasn't injured. Now that she was injured, she was even harder to deal with. Therefore, in less than 100 moves, she would be in danger of being sealed again. Shen Jingqiu was in mortal danger. The White Silver clan was the uncrowned king. Their primordial prodigies were extremely powerful. The fact that Shen Jingqiu could hold on until now was enough to shock the humans and primordial prodigies. This woman was incredible. She probably also had a mysterious bloodline. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect you to be so talented. Be my cauldron and dual cultivate with me. I guarantee that your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. The prodigy from the White Silver clan threw his head back and laughed. His eyes were fiery red as he stared at Shen Jingqiu. Too perfect. Not only was Shen Jingqiu beautiful, but she also had a strong bloodline. To him, this was the best outcome. He reached out a large golden hand. Countless runes flickered, forming a cage that completely enveloped Shin Jingqiu. Shin Jingqiu resisted with all her might, but she couldn't break out of the silver cage. It's useless. The difference between us is too great. Even if you attack with all your strength, you won't be able to break my cage. The prodigy from the White Silver clan sneered. Although he wasn't as strong as Tianqiao from the Fire Qilin cave, he still had 38,000 units of archaic power. Big brother Lin Xian. Shin Jingqiu's face was pale. She turned to look at the flame pagoda, revealing a sad but beautiful smile. Although she was trapped, she wouldn't give in no matter what. Even if she was killed, even if she self-destructed, she wouldn't let him succeed. On the other side, Murong Qingqing was also surrounded by countless purple sword qi, completely sealed. She also looked at the flame pagoda. Big brother Xian, Qingqing will accompany you in the next life. A hint of determination appeared in her eyes. There was no choice. The difference was too great. Although she had the power of a bloodline, she didn't have a bloodline inheritance. In addition, she was seriously injured. Just a clone of her opponent could sweep through everything. How could he seal her? Chapter 2957. Goodbye. Murong Qingqing's blood began to burn. On the other side, Shin Jingqiu's power also became chaotic. Both of them wanted to self-destruct to destroy their enemies. Damn it, it's not that easy to self-destruct. If you dare to self-destruct, I'll kill everyone who says there's a Jade Lake. The female prodigy from the Fire Qilin cave also screamed. However, they couldn't stop it. Seeing the power in their bodies becoming more and more chaotic, a terrifying aura erupted. Not good. Run. As for the surrounding people, they were running away in a frenzy. The self-destruction of two top geniuses of a human race was absolutely devastating. Don't. The dark red dragon screamed like a madman. On the other side, Gu Santong and the other side. Was there no turning back? Just as everyone was in despair, a pair of shining palms appeared in the sky and enveloped Murong Qingqing and Shin Jingqiu. Soon, the destructive power disappeared. What happened? Those people who were running away all stopped and looked behind them in bewilderment. Could it be that they didn't self-destruct successfully? Were they sealed again by the 10,000 ancient races? They turned to look. The prodigies from the 10,000 ancient races were also stunned, especially the prodigies from the Silver Tribe and Fire Qilin Cave. Were those hands Yi Wudao's? They looked at the golden fiery palms and cried out in shock. Many people looked at Yi Wudao, but Yi Wudao frowned. No, it wasn't Yi Wudao. Could it be? It was Lin Xian. It was the temple master. The cultivators from Immortal Palace cried out crazily. The dark red dragon also roared with laughter. Haha, I knew it. How could that brat die like this? Brat, hurry up and come out with me. We have to kill them. What is it, that brat? Damn it, it's impossible. How could he still be alive? That saint-level power had long since crushed him to pieces. There was no way he could survive. Many archaic prodigies screamed. The prodigies from the Fire Qilin Cave, the two-headed dragon, and the Silver Tribe all narrowed their eyes. They stared at the glowing palms in the sky. Brother Lin Xian, is that you? Murong Qingqing and Shin Jingqiu were also very surprised. They originally wanted to perish together, but they didn't expect that at the last moment, someone would suppress their strength. He had saved them. Boom! Boom! In the sky, the two golden hands exerted force and shattered the purple sword qi. On the other side, the silver cage that sealed the world was destroyed by a single slap. Two large palms wrapped around Murong Qingqing and Shin Jingqiu and brought them to a safe place. Then they turned into two flame barriers, protecting the two of them. What? It shattered in an instant. The eyes of the genius of the Argent tribe and the woman from the Fire Qilin cave widened. Who was he? His methods were actually so powerful. Was it really that kid? Impossible, they still didn't believe that the other party couldn't survive that kind of violent energy. Damn it, who are you? Acting all mysterious. The Silver Clan's genius roared in anger, his voice like thunder. Everyone looked in all directions. In front of him, a vortex appeared above the flames, and a figure walked out from the vortex. What? It's that kid. It's really Lin Xian. Lin Xian didn't die. Everyone was stunned. They didn't dare to believe it. How did he survive? That's right, the one who came out was Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian's body was surrounded by divine flames. His face was incomparably cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He first looked at Morong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu. When he saw the two women's pale faces and bloodied bodies, he was instantly enraged. The 9 suns' divine flames on his body turned into countless sword qi that shot into the sky. He took a step forward and arrived beside the two in an instant. With a wave of his hand, a pile of natural treasures appeared. Qingqing, Qiu, you're injured. Brother Xian, I'm fine. Murong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. Xinjingqiu was about to cry, Brother Lin Xian, that's great, you're not dead. They were too excited. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the 9 suns' divine flames melted the natural treasures, turning them into 2 balls of pure energy that surged into the 2 women's bodies. At the same time, he asked, Who was it that injured you? It's that big bad guy. Shen Jingqiu pointed at the silver-white figure in the sky and said. Murong Qingqing, who was at the side, didn't say anything. However, she couldn't look at the female prodigy from the Fire Qilin cave. I understand. I'll avenge you. Lin Xian nodded and looked at the 2 of them. He didn't attack immediately. Instead, he glanced at the dark red divine dragon. When he saw that the dark red divine dragon wasn't injured, he heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the martial artists from Immortal Palace again. When he saw that Peacock Hu Yidao and the others were also seriously injured, and many of them were even killed, Lin Xian clenched his fists. He came in front of these people and took out countless natural treasures again. Palace Master, Peacock and the others were extremely excited. Many of them knelt down on one knee. Palace Master, we didn't protect you well enough. The Jade, Lake Saintis, and Zixia Saintis were injured. Palace Master, please punish us. Lin Xian shook his head. No, you did well. Now leave it to me. I'll avenge you. Who injured you? It's them. Peacock and the others raised their heads, their eyes burning with anger. They pointed at the Blood Moon Clan, Silver Clan, and Redwing Clan. Lin Xian turned his head and stared at these primordial life forms. These primordial life forms trembled as fear appeared in their eyes. However, they still braced themselves and said, Damn it, what do you want? Brat, you're not dead. You're really lucky. So what if you're not dead? We'll kill you with our own hands after you come. That's right. Do you think you're a match for us? They screamed crazily. Lin Xian's expression was cold. A fiery red sword appeared in his hand. Fire separation sword. Buzz. He took a step forward. His speed was so fast that no one could see him clearly. In the sky, countless sword qi flashed. Every sword slashed an ancient creature. With every sword, a corpse fell. Soon, blood dyed the sky red. Hundreds and thousands of ancient creatures' corpses fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. Shocking, absolutely shocking. In almost an instant, the Blood Moon Clan, Silver Clan, and Redwing Clan's ancient creatures were all killed. The corpses piled up like a mountain. Blood surged in the sky, turning it into azure hell. No, the other ancient creatures screamed crazily as if they had seen a ghost. They retreated frantically. The human warriors felt their scalps go numb. Many of them were about to faint. What kind of scene was this? Killing these ancient creatures was no different from killing ants. The Immortal Palace's warriors clenched their fists in excitement. Great, their palace master was still alive. Not only that, He even helped them take revenge. Damn it! How dare you! The Blood Moon Clan and Silver Clan's prodigies screamed crazily. The double-headed dragon and Fire Qilin Cave's female prodigies' pupils shrank, especially the Fire Qilin Cave's female prodigy. Her eyes were red, and her body was covered in flames. She was about to go crazy. The sword in the other party's hand was her treasure. How could he still be alive? Could it be that the other party had successfully sealed the fire spirit pearl? At that thought, his expression turned cold. Chapter 2958. However, before she could make a move, the two Sky Prides from the Blood Moon Clan charged over. Bloody light filled the sky from their bodies. Their bodies completely transformed into two full moons, descending from the sky and shrouding Lin Xian. They wanted to crush him with their terrifying bloodline power. Buzz! Lin Xian did not dodge. Instead, he waved the blazing Qilin sword and shot out two rays of sword light that looked like peerless immortal light. He slashed forward. With a poochie sound, the two sword lights struck the blood-colored moons. With one strike, the two blood-colored moons split in half. Ah! Two screams were heard. Then the corpses of the two Archean Sky Prides from the Blood Moon Clan fell from the sky. What? Dead. Everyone was stunned. They could not believe it. Lin Xian killed two Archean Sky Prides with a single slash. Oh my God, how is this possible? They were Archean Sky Prides. They were not like the Archean creatures from before. The two Archean Sky Prides from the Blood Moon Clan had at least 30,000 Archean power. They were so powerful that they could suppress an area. But now they were killed with a single slash. Their souls did not even have a chance to escape. How can this kid be so strong? Why do I feel that his strength has increased? Many people were terrified. Lin Xian turned his head and stared at the Sky Pride from the Silver Clan. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. The Sky Pride from the Silver Clan trembled when he was stared at by Lin Xian. But very quickly he became furious. Damned brat, I want you dead. Although he was crazy, he was not stupid. He knew that his strength was on par with Bai Qianshan. If Lin Xian could kill Bai Qianshan, he could definitely kill him. Therefore, he secretly sent a voice transmission to the female Sky Pride from the Fire Qilin Cave. He asked her clone to cooperate with him. His clone had 38,000 units of Archean power, so the two of them combined could fight against an existence with 40,000 units of Archean power. It was definitely enough to kill Lin Xian. Attack! With a roar, the Sky Pride from the Silver Clan rushed out. At the same time, the clone of the Sky Pride from the Fire Qilin Cave also rushed over. The two of them attacked Lin Xian from the left and right. Oh no, they are teaming up. Many people were terrified. Murong Qingqing and the others were also nervous. The Sky Prides from the Silver Clan were not weak. Their clone was also terrifying. Their combined strength was absolutely terrifying. Let's see how this kid is going to die. Many Archean creatures sneered. Thunderclap. The prodigy of the Silver Clan waved his fist, which transformed into 8 stars. Each of them carried incomparable lightning as they descended from the sky. Everyone was terrified. This was an extremely terrifying lightning divine ability. At this moment, when the 8 lightning stars appeared, they could destroy everything. The avatar transformed into a flame Qilin, roaring non-stop. The flame Qilin had a pair of fiery red wings on its back, and blood flowed through them. It Lin's Kylan Lin, Shui, cut through the void space. Another peerless Lin Xian, both Silver Clan, Sky Prides go to hell for me. Terrifying lightning exploded and flames filled the air. The entire world was overturned. Wang. He Lin Prides. Many people looked at the violent energy that filled the sky and sneered. Buzz. Amidst the violent energy, 3 sword lights flew out. The first sword cut through the energy. The first sword cut through the Silver Clan's Sky Pride. The second sword killed the clone. 3 swords. Just 3 swords. Lin Xian destroyed everything. Once again, he walked out of the energy vortex, completely unscathed. Sizzle! The clone turned into a pool of blood that scattered in all directions. The corpse of the Silver Clan, Sky Pride, fell to the ground and stopped breathing. What? He's dead again. Everyone was terrified. That was the Sky Pride from the Silver Clan. He was as powerful as Bai Qianshan. However, he was still killed by a single sword strike. Impossible. How did this kid become so powerful? That's right. Previously, when I fought Bai Tianshan, I had to use all my means to kill him. But now he can kill a powerhouse of the same realm with a single sword strike? What did this kid go through? The Archean creatures screamed crazily. The female Sky Pride from the Fire Chillin cave was also shocked. Damn it, he actually killed my clone with a single sword strike. She couldn't believe it. However, even though it was just a clone, it still had 38,000 units of Archean power. A single clone was enough to wipe out all the human Sky Prides, except for Yi Daodenier. One could imagine how terrifying that clone was. But now, it was killed by Lin Xian with a single sword strike. What kind of shock was that? You dared to attack the people around me? You've touched my bottom line. Therefore you will die today. Lin Xian's cold voice echoed in all directions. He stared at the female Sky Pride from the Fire Chillin cave. I let you escape last time, but you still don't know what's good for you. You dare to attack my woman? You can die now. Damn kid, I was careless last time. This time I won't lose to you. The female Sky Pride was so angry that she went crazy. Lin Xian didn't say anything else. He turned to look at Yi Daodenier. Brother Yi, thank you for helping me this time. I will remember this favor. Yi Daodenier nodded. I'll leave this to you. With that, his figure flickered and he left. In the sky, Lin Xian strode forward. Remember, don't touch the people around me. Lin Xian's aura became more and more terrifying. The female Sky Pride sneered. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to me like that? I'll show you my true strength. She roared and began to burn the power of her bloodline. The purple smoke, brilliant furnace, spun continuously above her head, transforming into countless purple sword chi. Not only that, but this time the female Sky Pride took out a demonic beast claw. It was a withered claw that looked like a corpse. The moment it appeared, a terrifying aura pressed down on the surroundings. Chillin claw. Damn it, she actually has such a thing. Many people's eyelids twitched, and the ancient creatures were terrified. The female Sky Pride from the Fire Chillin cave sneered. Die, kid. She activated the Chillin claw, and at the same time, 10,000 purple sword chi surged out from above her head, attacking Lin Xian. The terrifying sword chi pierced through the void, and the terrifying Chillin claw continued to expand, covering the sky and earth. It was like the palm of a fiend god. This claw could crush the sun and moon and overturn heaven and earth. Under this claw, even those powerful invincible kings would be reduced to ashes. It's too powerful. Is this the prodigy of the ancient theocrats? As expected, no one could stop her. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian didn't dodge at all. His aura erupted like a wave. The Fire Chillin sword in his hand suddenly expanded, as if it had come to life. It stabbed out, piercing through the sky. The sky was filled with flames and terrifying sword chi. It was like thunder, soaring into the clouds. Pooh! The sword illuminated the entire world, and the terrifying Chillin claw was pierced, forming a large hole. Chapter 2959. Uft! The sword chi tore through the purple sword light and arrived in front of the female prodigy. What? How is that possible? He broke the Chillin claw. I don't believe it. The female prodigy screamed. Her beautiful eyes were wide open, filled with shock and fear. The Chillin claw was formed from the claw of an extremely terrifying immemorial king from the Fire Chillin cave. It was extremely powerful, and it could even kill those powerful, invincible, immemorial kings. But now, it was destroyed by the other party. Although she knew that the power of the fire Qilin sword played a part, the other party's strength had definitely become stronger. He was even more powerful than when she fought with him previously. And much more powerful. That's impossible. Damn it. Could it be that this kid's strength has increased again? But how long has it been? From the time they were forced to leave Flame Tower to the time they attacked Dark Red, Godly Forest, Murong-Qingqing, and the others, only 3 days had passed. However, the other party's strength had increased tremendously in these 3 days. That was simply impossible. It was simply a myth. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The female prodigy of the fire Qilin cave temporarily suppressed the shock in her heart. The most important thing now was to dodge the sword. Roar! At this critical moment, the female prodigy could no longer care about anything else. With a roar, cold scales began to grow on her body. They were densely packed and covered her entire body. Her body also became bigger, like a small mountain, completely turning into a Qilin. After transforming into a Qilin, her strength increased again. Not only that, but her body also became incomparably strong. Those ice-cold scales were comparable to the toughest, treasured weapons. Damn it, I don't believe that I can't block it. The female prodigy of the Qilin tribe screamed crazily. She wanted to use her body to block the sword. Uft! The sword pierced through. The female prodigy of the fire Qilin cave widened her eyes. She looked at her body in disbelief. How could it be pierced through? Her incomparably tough fire Qilin body had a bloody hole pierced through it. Moreover, her heart had been shattered. Not only that, there was a sword intent that could destroy everything in the wound. It began to spread throughout her body. Soon, countless cracks appeared on her body. Even her head was the same. Her soul wanted to escape from her body, but it was enveloped by a biting cold sword intent. No, damn it, this was impossible. I don't believe you. The female prodigy of the fire Qilin cave screamed as if she had gone mad. She found it hard to accept. She was a genius of the royal clan. How powerful was 40,000 Archean power? With a stomp of her foot, those human saints and saintesses would be reduced to ashes. However, the man before him was able to easily kill him. What level had the other party's strength reached? Boom! She didn't have time to think anymore, because the sword Qi exploded out and cut the fire spirit grotto's Sky Pride's body into pieces. His soul was annihilated. Blood rained down from the sky, and not a single spot was left intact. Dead. The great fire Qilin paradise sect was killed by the other party in such a domineering manner. This scene was simply too shocking. This caused the bodies of the Archean elites to tremble, and many of them knelt on the ground. How did this kid become so strong? The dark red dragon was shocked. Murong-Qingqing and the others also opened their mouths wide. On the other side, Leaf Dowdenier gasped. He had fought with the female prodigy of the fire Qilin cave. Naturally, he knew how powerful she was. If he wanted to kill her, he would have to use some powerful trump cards. But now, Lin Xian had killed her with a single sword strike. This method definitely surpassed his. It seemed that he had obtained some kind of opportunity in the flame pagoda. Leaf Dowdenier exclaimed in his heart. On the other side, the two-headed dragon screamed. Damn it, I don't believe it. How can you be so strong? He was going crazy. His strength was on par with the female prodigy of the fire Qilin cave. He also had 40,000 Archean power. He usually flaunted his strength, but now he was truly afraid. Was that sword strike of his opponent an ordinary sword strike? Or had he used all of his strength and unleashed a world-shaking sword strike? He was more willing to believe the latter. However, he didn't plan to attack anymore. He wanted to leave quickly because he was scared out of his wits. You want to leave? Can you leave? The dark red dragon sneered and spat out flames and lightning to stop the other party. Damn it, how dare you stop me? The two-headed dragon was furious. So what if I stop you? The dark red dragon sent out another bolt of thunder, striking the other party's body, causing him to tumble in the sky and shatter countless voids. Lin Xian also walked up again. He held the fire Qilin sword, and the aura on his body was extremely powerful. Next, it's your turn. He stared at the two-headed dragon. Being stared at by Lin Xian, the two-headed dragon's body stiffened, and deep fear appeared in his eyes. No, Dambrat, you can't attack me. I'm from the nest of 10,000 dragons. If you dare to attack me, the nest of 10,000 dragons won't let you off. We are dragons, and we command the 10,000 races of the ancient era. If you touch me, you'll become an enemy of the entire ancient era. Become an enemy of the entire ancient era? So what? Lin Xian didn't care at all. Those who dared to threaten the people around him would only have one outcome, and that was death. He raised his hand and swung his sword. This sword strike was incomparably peerless. Damn it, block it for me. The two-headed dragon roared angrily and shot out lightning and fire that filled the sky. Damn, brat, have a taste of my ultimate move, apocalyptic thunder. Lightning surged on his body, forming bolts of black lightning with a strong aura of destruction. It was as if they could destroy the entire world. Ha ha ha, brat, go to hell. This apocalyptic thunder was condensed from his bloodline power. This was his full-strength attack, and he didn't hold back at all. As far as he was concerned, this attack was more than enough to kill an expert with 40,000 levels of Archean power. No matter how strong the other party was, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. In the sky, sword energy flickered and collided with the apocalyptic thunder, emitting sizzling sounds. Those black thunderbolts were quickly annihilated by this sword. No, damn it, how is this possible? The two-headed dragon was dumbfounded, not daring to believe it at all. That was the apocalyptic thunder, and it carried an extremely strong aura of destruction. However, it was easily destroyed by the other party. How did the other party do it? Damn it! Just how much ancient era power do you have? At this moment, the two-headed dragon's body trembled. He realized that he had made a fatal mistake. He had underestimated the other party too much. The other party's strength had far exceeded his imagination. Not good, run. The dragon swung its tail, tore the void, and turned around to escape. Lin Xian looked at the other party's fleeing figure, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. He raised the fire Qilin sword and stabbed out. A fire dragon spewed out, turning into a divine light that directly pierced through the other party's body. No. Boom! A scream accompanied by a corpse resounded in the sky. The huge dragon's body was split in half. Chapter 2960. Haha, I'll stew you now. Dark Red roared with laughter and kept the huge dragon corpse. Lin Xian stood in the air and asked coldly, who else had attacked just now? He looked at the 10,000 ancient beasts. Those ancient beasts were trembling. Most of them were prostrating on the ground, while a small number of them were gritting their teeth. Damn it, the 3 royal families are here. You're dead meat. As soon as he finished speaking, his head split open. Lin Xian's voice was cold as sword qi burst forth. Is that so? Then, let's see if the royal family in your eyes can save you. Those who resisted were killed mercilessly by the sword qi. At this moment, Lin Xian was like the god of death. The remaining ancient beasts were completely subdued. Their bodies were trembling, and many of them fainted. Even the elites of the human race were the same. Brother Yi, Brother Gu, and No Flower, thank you for your help this time. If you need my help in the future, don't hesitate to ask. Lin Xian was extremely grateful to the 3 of them. If not for them, Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu would have been in even more danger. I believe the royal family should be in the next district. I'll open the passage to the 3rd district now. Lin Xian turned to the flaming pagoda and formed hand seals. 9 suns split the heavens. The blazing Qilin sword surged and split the flaming pagoda in half. The purple sea of flames within the flaming pagoda spun continuously, forming a purple spatial gate. All he had to do was enter the spatial gate. Lin Xian turned and said to Yi Wu Dao and the others. Then he led Murong Qingcheng, Shen Jingqiu, the Crimson Dragon, and the people from Immortal Hall forward quickly. After entering the purple spatial gate, they disappeared. Behind them, Yi Wu Dao and the others took a deep breath. Let's go too. Gu Santong Wu Hua and the others did the same. They led their own people and flew forward quickly. On the other side, Lin Xian and the others were teleported to the next area by a purple spatial gate. The flames here were even more monstrous. The architecture was even more spectacular. After coming out, the dark red divine dragon couldn't wait to ask, "Kid, how strong are you now?" That was way too powerful. He was truly stunned. One had to know that he had fought with the two-headed dragon for a long time. Although he could suppress it, it was still very troublesome to completely kill it. However, Lin Xian had arrived and killed the other party with a single slash. Even the Crimson Divine Dragon was shocked by such means. Lin Xian said in a low voice, "I've already reached 50,000 Archean powers." What? 50,000 Archean powers? As soon as he said this, the dark red dragon jumped up. Murong Qingcheng, Shen Jingqiu, and the others also gasped. Peacock and the rest were even more shocked. 50,000 Archean powers. No wonder. The two-headed dragon and the female prodigy of the Fire Qilin Cave both had 40,000 Archean powers. As for Lin Xian, he had 50,000 Archean powers. No wonder he could kill the other party so easily. With a difference of 1,000 Archean powers, he could defeat the other party. With a difference of 3,000 Archean powers, he could suppress the other party. Not to mention 10,000 Archean powers. "Kid, what have you been through?" the dark red divine dragon asked. Lin Xian said, "I've taken the fire spirit pearl and absorbed the energy within. It allowed the great dragon sword soul and 9-yang divine body to improve. That was why there was a huge change in my strength." Indeed, Lin Xian had absorbed the energy of the fire spirit pearl in that mysterious space, allowing the 9-yang divine body to enter the 4th level. His great dragon sword soul had also improved greatly. That was why there was such a huge change in his strength. 50,000 Archean powers. "Kid, you're going against the heavens. I don't think many people are your match." The dark red divine dragon was too excited. If this continued, they had a high chance of obtaining the heavenly fire. Lin Xian nodded, but he was puzzled. Was the fire spirit pearl the so-called heavenly fire? Did he not know? Or was there an even more terrifying heavenly fire in the depths of Heavenly Fire City? He needed to find out all of this. On the other side, in front of the terrifying palace, the Fire Dragon King, the 9th Lord Feng Yinxue, the 7th Lord Humuzhen, and the geniuses of the 3 royal families were all standing there. They looked ahead, extremely excited. Humuzhen heaved a sigh of relief. They had broken through. Previously, the 3 royal families had finally reached an agreement after a tense confrontation. Once they entered, the Fire Qilin Cave would get 40% of the treasures, while the nest of 10,000 dragons and Divine Emperor Ridge would get 30% each. Both sides agreed, so Humuzhen led the 3 royal families to break the array. After a difficult break, they finally tore a hole in the array in front of them. The hole was only 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. It was very small, but it was enough for everyone to enter. "Let's go." Humuzhen took a deep breath. The hole could only stay there for 30 minutes. After that, it would be restored again. "After we enter, those people behind us probably won't be able to enter at all. There's no time to lose. Let's go quickly." As he spoke, Humuzhen took the lead and led the geniuses of the Fire Qilin Cave forward. They turned into flames and disappeared into the array. "Let's go too." The Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue also led their people and set off. After they left, a figure walked out. He was as tall as a fiend god. He looked at the broken array in front of him and did not say anything. His body and mind shook as he directly rushed in. If the martial artists of the human race were here, they would definitely scream, because he was the South Arch Yanantian. After him, the #1 genius of the war race also came. He looked forward, sneered, and quickly disappeared. After entering the mysterious palace, Humujin led his people and moved forward quickly. Behind them, the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons and divine Emperor Ridge followed closely. Seeing this scene, Humujin's delicate and pretty face was expressionless, but his heart was somewhat gloomy. Damn it, the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons and divine Phoenix Ridge were really haunting him. They knew more about Sky Flame City, so they naturally knew where the treasures were. If they kept bringing the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons and divine Emperor Ridge, there would definitely be a great battle. This was not what Humujin wanted to see. However, he could not shake them off because they were not weaker than him. Moreover, they were all members of the ancient royal family and had many trump cards. However, he was unwilling to lead these two groups to search for treasures. Although they were all members of the ancient royal family and looked like they should be working together, in reality, the 10,000 ancient races had a lot of competition. Especially these royal families, they were even more serious and competitive with each other. One had to know that their princes and princesses would definitely have a battle in the future. Moreover, it was a battle of life and death. How could they coexist peacefully? Chapter 2961. Those three treasures were the Chilant's Eye, the heavenly fire, and the void divine furnace. The Chilant's Eye is of the same origin as us, so only we can obtain it. It's impossible for the nest of 10,000 dragons and divine Phoenix Ridge to obtain it. However, the heavenly fire and the void divine furnace might not be the same. The Chilan Crown Prince asked us to bring the void divine furnace back. 7th generation, what should we do? The genius of the Fire Chilan Cave asked. After Humujin heard this, he sighed. He originally thought that things would be very simple, but now it seemed that it was much more difficult than he had imagined. Just breaking the formation outside and coming in has cost us too many of our trump cards. This was the outermost array formation. One could imagine how difficult it would be to obtain the void divine furnace. I'm afraid that I only have a 10% chance of taking it out. However, I have a 70% chance of obtaining the heavenly fire. Humujin said, let's get the heavenly fire first, and then see if we can obtain the void divine furnace. If we really can't get it, we will return with the heavenly fire. I don't think the Crown Prince will blame us too much. All right. The people of the Fire Chilan Cave nodded. One of the young men revealed a cold smile. 7th generation. Why don't we play a small trick and let the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons and divine Phoenix Ridge fight for the void divine furnace? When the time comes, let them kill each other or be killed by the array formation. Wouldn't that be wonderful? The people of the Fire Chilan Cave were thinking of a way to kill the nest of 10,000 dragons and divine Emperor Ridge. On the other side, outside, Lin Xian and the others walked in. What a majestic palace! It was even more terrifying than what they had seen before. From the looks of it, it seemed to have been passed down from ancient times. Seeing this scene, Peacock and the others exclaimed. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The array formation had been broken. It seemed that the people of the three ancient royal families had already entered. What are we waiting for? Let's go in directly. The dark red divine dragon couldn't wait any longer. He was an expert in array formations. He could tell at a glance that the cracks in the array formation wouldn't last long. He estimated that it would be completely healed in half an incense stick's time. Looking at the power of the array formation, it won't be easy for us to open it. Lin Xian nodded slightly. Golden light flickered in his eyes as he sensed the power within. Then he said, Peacock, don't go in. The flames inside are too strong. You can go outside and search for other opportunities. Yes, Peacock and the rest answered respectfully. That was indeed the case. Even as they stood outside, they felt a sense of trepidation. The energy inside was simply too terrifying. Even if they went in, they wouldn't be able to hold on for long before they were forced to retreat in defeat. Thus, it was better for them to search for opportunities outside. Alternatively, they could return to the top 3 regions to search for opportunities. Murong Qingqing and Shun Jingqiu also gave instructions to the people from their respective holy lands. Most of the people from the Purple Sun, Sacred Land, and the Jade Lake, Sacred Land stayed behind. However, there were a few people who wanted to give it a try. Lin Xian didn't care about any of this. The dangerous flames inside were not something that ordinary people could withstand. After giving instructions, Lin Xian led the dark red divine dragon, Murong Qingqing, and Shen Jingqiu into the crack in the array formation. Behind them, the previous holy son of the Purple Sun, Sacred Land, gritted his teeth as a look of struggle appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, he roared and charged in as well. Of course, there were 2 other figures following him. Most of the others stayed behind. They were prepared to go to other places to search for opportunities. Not long after, Yi Wu Dao, Gu Santong, No Flower, and the other holy lands and great sects of the human race arrived. When they arrived, they looked at the palace in front of them and sighed in amazement. The fiery aura made their souls tremble. At this moment, Peacock stood up and said to Yi Wu Dao and the others, "Holy Sun Yi, our temple master has informed us that the array formation is cracked and won't last long. Moreover, it's extremely dangerous inside. We hope that Holy Sun Yi and the others can make a decision as soon as possible." Hearing this, the human race's side was stunned. Yi Wu Dao and the others' eyes also flickered. He said, "Thank you for the information." He knew that this was a reminder from Lin Xian. Soon, Yi Wu Dao and the others made a decision. "You guys stay here. It's too dangerous inside. I'm afraid it'll be very dangerous for you guys." Yi Wu Dao decided to go alone. On the other side, Gu Santong, No Flower, and the others did the same. These top prodigies had decided to enter. As for the others, they were prepared to stay outside. One by one, the figures entered quickly. Finally, the crack slowly closed. The entire array formation once again emitted a terrifying aura. After Lin Xian and the others entered the array formation crack, they completely entered the mysterious palace. They were in a vast hall supported by 16 heavenly pillars. There were 9 passageways around them, each leading in different directions. Everything inside was grand and majestic. Everything carried a monstrous fiery aura. The fiery aura made the dark red dragon and the others have no choice but to treat it seriously. Why do I feel like this is a little like the palace of the fire god? Shin Jingqiu whispered. Indeed, Lin Xian's expression was solemn as well. This place was too strange. On the fiery pillars, there were carvings of strange beasts. It was as if they were alive, giving them an extremely uncomfortable feeling. "Forget it, let's hurry up and go," Lin Xian said, waving his hand. He wanted to see what treasures were in this mysterious palace. One had to know that he had obtained the Fire Spirit Pearl in the 3rd district. The treasures in the 4th district should be even more precious than the Fire Spirit Pearl. Boom! Just as Murong Qingqing was about to ask which passageway to take, a low voice suddenly came from afar. Following that, flames rushed out from one of the passageways like a giant dragon. Someone was fighting. It should be those 3 from the immemorial theocrats. They were not sure if they were fighting because they could not split the loot evenly, or if they had encountered the array formation trap. The dark red dragon said quickly. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with golden light. He knew more about the Fire Spirit Cave. Therefore, it was definitely not wrong to follow him. Lin Xian and the other 3 figures flashed and flew towards the 3rd passageway on the left. Not long after Lin Xian and the others left, Yi Wu Dao and the others also came in. When they looked at the huge palace and the 9 passageways, they all frowned. It seemed like they could only rely on their own luck. No Flower shrugged, then found a passageway and walked in. "See you later, everyone." Yi Wu Dao and Gu Santong nodded, and each found a passageway. The Alcade sage, Wu Qin, and the others also took a passageway. In the third passageway on the left, Lin Xian and the others walked carefully. They did not want to be discovered by the people in front. Qing Qing took out the feather. Murong Qing Qing took out a flame feather and covered them. All of a sudden, these people disappeared into the void. This feather was a treasure that they had obtained from the crimson-winged race's prodigy. It could hide them from the enemy. Chapter 2962. The group slowly set off. After walking for about half an hour, they arrived at the front. They found that the front was in a mess. Countless fragments were scattered, and there were still extremely terrifying auras left on them. From the looks of it, it must have been the 3 ancient theocrats who had taken action to break one of the mechanisms. Are these puppets? Lin Xian looked at an arm made of metal and was extremely surprised. His figure flashed, wanting to grab it and study it. However, at that moment, a cold voice came from afar. "Who is it? Get out here." "Oh no, we've been discovered." The dark red dragon was stunned. Murong Qing Qing and Xin Jingqiu were also extremely nervous. Lin Xian frowned. He said, "I'll go out. The 3 of you continue to hide. Don't attack again and stay by my side." The dark red dragon and the others nodded. Lin Xian's expression was also extremely solemn. He did not expect the people from the immemorial royal families to be so powerful. He had just come out and they had already discovered him. Fortunately, Murong Qing Qing and the others did not attack, so they could still hide at that moment. "Who's behind us? Get over here quickly, or don't blame me for being merciless." In front of them, the cold voice came again with an extremely powerful flame aura. It seemed that they had been discovered by the people from Fire Qilin Cave. "Humph." Lin Xian snorted coldly. His figure flashed and he rushed forward. He did not hide anymore. He turned into a beam of sword light and disappeared into the passage. Behind them, the dark red dragon and the other 2 kept a safe distance. They followed carefully. This time, they did not release any aura. Other than Lin Xian, no one knew of their existence. Lin Xian's speed was very fast, so it did not take long for him to reach the front. In the next moment, he was stunned, because at that moment there was a great hall in front of him. However, the great hall was too vast, as if it was on the other side of the universe. On the walls of the great hall, there were all kinds of relief carvings. They were like statues of gods and demons looking down on the world. There were many figures with powerful auras in front of him, but in the great hall they were like ants. They were almost ignored. However, Lin Xian still noticed it at a glance. They were from the 3 ancient imperial families. The 3 primeval theocrats naturally saw Lin Xian as well. The next moment they frowned. A human brat, and Lin Xian no less. "Brat, I didn't expect it to be you. You actually came here on your own." "Just nice, I'll kill you here." Many Archean prodigies sneered. Among them, the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons were incomparably ferocious. The Fire Dragon King stared at Lin Xian with a fiery gaze. He knew that Lin Xian had the incomparably mystical, great dragon sword soul in his body. He must find a way to get it. The people of the Divine Emperorage were just as excited. Not only that, they looked around in disappointment, wanting to see if Murong Qing Qing had arrived. But they didn't notice. The geniuses of the Fire Qilin Cave looked at Lin Xian and sneered. "A mere human ant wants to compete with us for treasures? You really don't know what's good for you. Originally, I wanted to let you go, but since you're here, then obediently die for me." These people were ferocious. They didn't put Lin Xian in their eyes at all. Of course, they didn't know about the scene that happened outside in the 3rd area. Otherwise, these people wouldn't have such an attitude. At the back, in a corner, The dark red divine dragon, Murong Qingqing and Xin Jingqiu were covered by mysterious feathers, blocking their auras. No one noticed. At this moment, they saw the arrogant expressions of the 10,000 ancient races. These guys were really courting death. The dark red divine dragon sneered. That's right. Xin Jingqiu was also fuming. Big brother Lin Xian was so powerful that he could definitely kill them instantly. Murong Qingqing said nervously, "Let's be careful and not be exposed." In front, Lin Xian was threatened by so many people, but he wasn't afraid at all. He was very calm as he looked around and said indifferently, "If you want my life, let's see if you have the ability." I'll kill you." A domineering voice appeared in the sky. It was like a god of war as a palm pressed down from the sky. Everywhere it passed, the void would shatter. The number one genius of the war race, Zhan Wushuang. Many archaic geniuses exclaimed. They didn't expect that the other party would come too. Lin Xian frowned. The other party actually dared to attack him. He was courting death. He snorted coldly and was about to attack. At this moment, the 7th generation lord shouted coldly, "Stop!" He waved his hand and directly shot out a flame that turned into boundless flames and blocked Zhan Wushuang's palm. What was going on? The surrounding people were puzzled. The people of the 10,000 Dragons dynasty and the Emperor Ridge were stunned. Even Lin Xian was stunned. Why would this guy be so kind? In the sky, Zhan Wushuang frowned as well. His cold voice sounded. "Why? Could it be that you want to protect this kid? I don't care about your grudge with him, but you can't fight here now." Humuzhen said coldly. He looked at the sculptures around him. When you attacked, they were still emitting a peerless killing intent. Do you think Sky Flame City is so simple? This starry sky hall contains countless killing intent. If you act rashly here and activate the peerless array formation, all of us will die here. As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed. They looked around at the god-fiend sculptures and trembled. Indeed, this starry sky hall was too terrifying. It gave them a feeling of endless desolation. Zhan Wushuang's eyes flickered after hearing that, but he didn't attack. "All right, I'll let him live first. I'll take his life after we leave this starry sky hall." Zhan Wushuang was very domineering. After that attack, he didn't attack again. Below, the geniuses of the 3 ancient royal families were whispering. This Zhan Wushuang was too arrogant. That's right. How dare he be so domineering in front of us? Many of the ancient theocrats were extremely displeased. After all, no matter how strong the war race was, they were only a royal family. On the other hand, they were royalty. However, some people frowned. This Zhan Wushuang was incredible. Judging from the way he attacked just now, he had at least 45,000 units of Archean power. Moreover, it probably wasn't his full strength. A casual attack had 45,000 units of Archean power? Many people sucked in a breath of cold air after hearing that. That was too terrifying. They estimated that the other party's full strength was around 48,000 units of Archean power. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. One had to know that even the most powerful geniuses of the royal family only had around 40,000 units of Archean power. For example, the 2-headed dragon and the female genius of the Fire Qilin Cave both had 40,000 units of Archean power. The Zhan Wushuang in front of them was clearly superior to some of the ancient royal family geniuses. Of course, compared to the Fire Dragon King, the 9th generation and the 7th generation, he was still a little inferior. Chapter 2963. That's right, this kid probably didn't even have 40,000 Archean power. That was for sure. After using all his trump cards, he probably only had 39,000 Archean power. After all, it was so difficult for him to kill by Chen Shan previously. The people of the 3 archaic empires discussed animatedly. 39,000 Archean power was very strong, but in front of them it couldn't cause any waves. Of course, this was only their guess about Lin Xian. They were only guessing based on Lin Xian's previous battle results. They didn't know what happened in the third area previously. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't think so. Let's go. In front, Huimuzhen led the people of the Fire Qilin Cave and quickly set off. The people of the Nest of 10,000 Dragons and the Divine Emperor Ridge followed closely. In the sky, Zhan Wushuang also followed silently. A wisp of his aura was locked onto Lin Xian. It seemed that he was afraid that Lin Xian would escape. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian snorted coldly. This Zhan Wushuang really didn't know what was good for him. If the other party dared to make a move against him, he wouldn't mind letting the other party experience the taste of despair. At the same time, he narrowed his eyes. That was because, through the heavenly secret divine eyes, he discovered that there were actually a few figures hiding in the dark. It seemed that there were many experts who came in this time. Lin Xian sneered in his heart. His figure flickered, and he quickly followed. He wondered what treasures were inside. Gradually, Lin Xian frowned. This hall was too big. They had been flying for nearly an incense stick's worth of time, but they still hadn't flown out of the hall. The surroundings were very dark and even a little oppressive. Above and around them were those mysterious statues. They were cold. There was an indescribable aura. Suddenly, a low voice sounded, as if a beast was howling, as if a demon had just awakened. As soon as this voice sounded, the people of the three archaic empires stopped in their tracks. They were bewildered. What happened? Did someone appear again? Many archaic paragons frowned. Huimuzhen's expression changed. Not good. Be careful. I'm afraid that some array formation mechanism has been activated. Array formation? Those archaic creatures seemed to be facing a great enemy. The power in their bodies was circulating, ready to erupt at any time. They were indeed nervous. The universe, starry sky, great lightning hall was simply too strange. After flying for so long, he still couldn't fly out. One could only imagine how terrifying the formations here were. Lin Xian also frowned. A golden light appeared in his eyes as he looked around. His heart pounded wildly because he discovered that the surrounding fiend god relief sculptures had actually changed. Quite a few of them had savage looks on their faces. They pressed their hands against the wall, as if they were going to leap out at any moment. No way could these reliefs be alive. Lin Xian was shocked. The surrounding ancient theocrats also noticed this scene and cried out in surprise. Boom! Boom! Finally, under everyone's horrified gazes, those fiend god relief sculptures rushed out. They stood in the void like fiend gods that had come into being. His cold eyes stared down at Lin Xian and the others. Damn it, this should be a puppet. The prodigies cried out in alarm. The archaic creatures in the nest of 10,000 dragons also had solemn expressions. Judging from their auras, I have a feeling that they have at least 40,000 units of Archean power. It was about time. It was indeed a terrifying array puppet. Many people's hearts sank. Lin Xian was also speechless. About 40,000 units of Archean power was about the same level as the two-headed dragon and the Fire Qilin Cave's prodigies. And this was just the relief sculpture puppets. Fortunately, he did not let Peacock and the others in. Otherwise, they would not be able to resist at all. Indeed, there were not many relief sculptures in the sky, but it made the three archaic theocrats feel as if they were facing a great enemy. Boom! 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 A fiend god relief sculpture had a pair of fiendish wings and a single horn on its head. It held a stone spear in its hand. It walked towards the people from the Fire Qilin Cave. Those who did not know would think that it was a member of the 10,000 ancient races. Oh no, it's coming. The archaic creatures from the Fire Qilin Cave had solemn expressions. Huimuzhen sneered. He pointed with his finger. Whoosh! Boom! A small flame flew out from his fingertip. It was so small that it was almost negligible. However, When they came into contact with the relief sculpture puppets, they exploded with a loud bang and turned into a sea of flames. Crack! 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 The fiend god relief sculpture emitted rumbling sounds as countless cracks appeared. Then, it shattered with a loud bang. Killed in one move. This scene made the people from the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine phoenix ridge suck in a breath of cold air. They stared at Huomuzhen, their scalps going numb. As expected of the 7th generation lord, his methods were too terrifying. That's right, someone with 40,000 archaic power was easily killed by him in one move. What level had his strength reached? Needless to say, he definitely had 50,000 archaic power. However, they did not know how much he had reached. Tell me, between him and our Fire Dragon King, who do you think is stronger? These people discussed animatedly. As they spoke, the Fire Dragon King also made his move. Dragon shadows filled his body and accompanied his fist as he punched forward. In an instant, the two fiend god relief sculptures were killed. This scene was also extremely shocking. This Fire Dragon King was so strong. 8 Desolation Fire Dragon Fist. This was a great ability of the dragons, and he had cultivated it to such a level. The people from the Fire Qilin Cave also had solemn expressions. The people from the nest of 10,000 dragons were smug. It seemed that their Fire Dragon King was still stronger. On the other side, Feng Yinxue of the Divine Phoenix Ridge also made her move. She directly took out a jade flute and gently blew it. A mysterious sound wave rushed out. Crack! Crack! Similarly, a fiend god relief sculpture that was charging over was torn into pieces. This fiend god relief sculpture seemed to contain a mysterious power. Feng Yinxue waved her palm, and flames flew out to collect the fragments. On the other side, the Fire Dragon King and Huomuzhen did the same. They also collected these fragments and brought them back to study them. Perhaps they could create such a fiend god puppet. This is great. The people from the 3 ancient royal families heaved a sigh of relief. With these 3 super geniuses taking action, they had no fear at all. Behind them, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes when he saw the scene. He had to admit that the Fire Dragon King and the other 2 were too strong, far surpassing the 2-headed dragon from before. They were probably stronger than Zhan Wushuang. Interesting. Lin Xian was very interested in these people. He yearned to fight with these people. Of course, now was not the time. He had to hide his strength now and follow behind silently. When he found the real treasure, he would strike with thunder. Along the way, Huomuzhen, the Fire Dragon King, and Feng Yinxue led the way. The fiend god puppets they encountered were all destroyed by them. Chapter 2964. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He had to admit that Skyfire City was too strange. One had to know that there were a total of 9 passages, and this was only one of them. Yet there were such terrifying puppets. A single puppet was equivalent to 40,000 archean powers. The entire hall was vast and boundless, and there were hundreds of thousands of god-fiend relief sculptures. If all of them were to be revived, the Fire Dragon King and the others would not be able to escape, no matter how powerful they were. Fortunately, it seemed that most of the god-fiend relief sculptures did not react. Only a few god-fiend relief sculptures struggled to crawl out. That made everyone heave a sigh of relief. They really did not know who built Skyfire City. Was it a super saint or a terrifying great emperor? Behind them, the dark red divine dragon Murong Qingqing and the others were even more shocked, especially Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu. Both of them were stunned. Were all puppets so powerful? The dark red divine dragon also gritted its teeth. Damn it, I really want to get the fragments of those puppets. Indeed, it was very tempting to him. He guessed that there was probably a mysterious array formation inside those puppets. If he could study it thoroughly, then his attainments in array formations would be greatly improved. However, he could not get it now. No, he had to think of a way to get that kid to get it for him. The dark, red divine dragon muttered softly. Moreover, there were also exclamations because they realized that they were finally approaching the end. The front was not as empty as before, and a passage appeared again. It seemed that it should be a passage out of the vast hall. Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment his heart beat wildly. Why did he feel that danger was coming? He was shocked and activated the heavenly secret divine eye to look around. Soon he stared ahead. There were 2 statues in the passage ahead. They were very ferocious and terrifying. If these 2 statues suddenly appeared at any other time, it would definitely attract everyone's attention. But now the people of the 3 ancient theocrats were already numb to it. The entire starry hall was densely packed with hundreds of thousands of god-fiend relief sculptures. Which one of them was not more ferocious and terrifying than these 2? Therefore, they didn't care at all. However, Lin Xian was different. As he possessed the heavenly secret god eyes, he was naturally able to discover the difference between the 2 statues. He discovered that these 2 statues contained a terrifying power that far surpassed the previous puppets. Moreover, this power was becoming more and more berserk, and it seemed like it was about to explode. It was just that it was calm on the surface. Most likely, no one in the entire hall would notice it except for him. There must be danger. Lin Xian unconsciously slowed down his footsteps. He didn't want to remind these people, and he didn't want to bear the inexplicable danger. Just as well, let the formation mechanism deal a heavy blow to the 3 immemorial dynasties. Let's see if these people will still be so arrogant then. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the passageway ahead. They wanted to leave as soon as possible, so no one paid any attention to Lin Xian. Even Zhan Wushuang, who was above, did not care. Although Lin Xian's speed had slowed down, he still hadn't escaped his range. Humph! Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Through the heavenly secret god eyes, he knew that the 2 god-fiend relief sculptures would soon attack. Indeed, in the next moment, the 2 god-fiend relief sculptures on both sides of the passageway suddenly launched an attack. The 2 god-fiend relief sculptures instantly came to life. The tails behind them turned into long spears that pierced through the void. Poof! The void split open as the 2 tails swept across. In an instant, some immemorial creatures were sent flying. There were even people who were split in half. Not good. Hua Muzhin's expression changed because they were at the forefront of the Fire Qilin cave. At this moment, they were the ones being attacked. Not only were the creatures behind him injured, but he was also enveloped by the black shadow. Get lost! Hua Muzhin roared as he struck out with his palm. He was the 7th generation's grandson. His strength was extremely terrifying, far surpassing that of ordinary immemorial prodigies. At this moment, under his furious roar, terrifying energy erupted as runes flashed across the sky and blasted forward. Boom! Poof! Such terrifying energy could directly kill an ordinary immemorial prodigy, but it couldn't block the attack of the black shadow. With a puff, the runes were pierced and blood splattered out. This time, it directly pierced through Hua Muzhin's shoulder. This scene stunned everyone. Even the people from the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine phoenix ridge behind them were stunned. Hua Muzhin was injured. That was the 7th generation's grandson. He was extremely powerful. His ancient power had reached 50,000 points, suppressing everyone else. Such a terrifying person was actually injured. Who was the one who did it? Was it the god-fiend puppet? They didn't dare to imagine. Quickly defend! The Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue also shouted angrily. However, as soon as their voices sounded, someone beside them screamed. Among them, in the Fire Qilin cave, a dragon-like creature with black wings was instantly pierced through the head. On the Divine Emperor Ridge's side, a beautiful woman was split in half. Her eyes were wide open. That was because, even at the moment of her death, she did not manage to clearly see what had attacked her. Seeing this scene, the front was in chaos. In the sky, Zhan Wushuang, and a few figures in the darkness frowned. In the distance, the dark, red divine dragon and the others' hearts were beating wildly. Damn it, it was too dangerous. Fortunately, someone took the lead. They felt a lingering fear. Lin Xian looked at this scene and narrowed his eyes, but he sneered in his heart, because all of this was within his expectations. However, the only thing that surprised him was that the attacks of these two god-fiend puppets were too terrifying. They could actually injure Huomuzhen. It had to be said that Sky Flame City was really full of fatal dangers. The Fire Qilin Cave was at the front, so the attacks were the fiercest. In an instant, another 2 heavenly secrets of the Fire Qilin Cave were killed. This scene made Huomuzhen instantly turn ferocious. He roared angrily, "Retreat!" At the same time, he charged towards the black shadow. Buzz! Fiery red runes flickered on his body, and a red long saber appeared in his hand. He held it and slashed forward. Clang! The red long saber swept across the sky, and a terrifying killing intent and runes flickered as it tried to split the opponent in half. However, such a terrifying saber only made a clanging sound when it struck the god-fiend puppet in front. It only made a crack and didn't split the opponent in half. So powerful? Huomuzhen's pupils constricted. It wasn't that he hadn't killed these god-fiend puppets before. Although these puppets were powerful, they couldn't withstand a single blow from him. He could kill them with just a casual blow. However, the puppet in front of him was clearly different. The opponent was very strong and could injure him. Moreover, its defense was even more shocking. His powerful saber didn't pose a fatal threat to the opponent. Chapter 2965. The Fire Dragon King also roared angrily. After all, this puppet was a huge threat to the nest of 10,000 dragons. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded. The dragon blood on the Fire Dragon King's body surged, drowning the entire world. At this moment, he was like a giant dragon that had been born. No one could stop him. He punched out. A terrifying fist accompanied by a dragon's roar blasted towards the god-fiend puppet. With a clang, the fist landed squarely on the puppet's body. The puppet was forced back a few steps. A few terrifying cracks appeared on its body, and it almost split apart. However, this puppet was not human after all. It did not feel pain at all. If it were a martial artist, their strength would definitely be greatly reduced after suffering such a heavy injury. They would be in so much pain that they would die. However, these puppets did not react at all. Their attacks did not weaken at all. Whoosh! They opened their mouths and spat out endless flames that swept in all directions. Huomuzhen snorted coldly. His body also ignited endless flames that turned into a Qilin to resist. The Fire Dragon King did the same. On the other side, Feng Yinxue also made her move. She urged her jade flute to launch a mysterious sound wave attack. At the same time, a pair of blue divine wings grew out from her back. She used the ice attribute to attack. The puppet was of the fire attribute, so the fire attack did not cause much damage to it. As she spoke, the pair of blue ice wings spat out ice and snow that filled the sky, instantly freezing the entire world. Half-saint artifact, frost wings. Many archaic creatures screamed in surprise. Divine Phoenix Ridge, Phoenix Clan. In addition to the Fire Phoenix, there were also Ice Phoenixes in the clan. Although Feng Yinxue was a Fire Phoenix, she had the half-saint artifact, left behind by Bing Feng after his death. This pair of blue wings was it. At this moment, it could really freeze everything. The 3 top prodigies attacked the 2 god-fiend puppets. An earth-shattering battle broke out. Terrifying energy surged in all directions. The surrounding 3 archaic royal family creatures quickly retreated. Lin Xian also retreated to the side. He sent a voice transmission to the dark red dragon, Murong Qingqing, and the others, telling them to follow from afar and not get close. After a great battle, The two puppets in front of them were torn apart and fell to the ground. The three archaic royal family members' faces were gloomy. This was especially true for Huomujin and the other two. Although they had killed their opponents, they were not happy at all. Due to their carelessness, the three royal families had lost some geniuses. Even Huomujin had been injured. One had to know that this was simply too inconceivable. Who could injure top geniuses like them? This was only within the palace, and the time to obtain the treasures had yet to arrive. Who knew how terrifying the dangers would be at that time? Everyone's heart was heavy. Huomujin harumphed coldly as he collected the corpses of the geniuses of the Fire Qilin Grotto. At the same time, he collected a portion of the fragments of the fiend god Golem. The same was true for the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue. They would not allow the corpses of geniuses to be spread outside. After doing all this, Huomujin said coldly, "Everyone from Fire Qilin Cave, follow closely behind me." This time, they couldn't afford to be careless. Not only the Fire Qilin Cave, but the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons and the Divine Emperorage were also on high alert. Even Zhan Wushuang, who was in the sky, had a serious look on his face. Lin Xian, who was following behind, sneered. All of this was similar to what he had expected. Once again, he silently followed behind. Finally, the group of people left the Universe Starry Hall. After passing through the long passage, the front gradually became brighter. After exiting the passage, everyone exclaimed. This was no longer a palace, but a garden. Inside, rockery, flowing water, waterfalls, and all kinds of rare herbs were everywhere. However, most of them were ornamental and had no medicinal value. This made the people from the three primeval empires sigh. At the front, Huomujin's eyes flickered, and a mysterious light appeared in his eyes. Soon he arrived near a rockery and stood there with his hands behind his back. It was as if he was sensing something. This scene attracted the attention of the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue. The Fire Dragon King asked, "Why is Brother Mujin interested in the scenery here?" He didn't believe that this was just an ordinary scenery. With Huomujin's identity, what kind of scenery had he not seen? Why would he stay beside a rockery for so long? Could it be that there was some treasure here? Huomujin turned his head and revealed his white teeth. "It's nothing. I'm used to seeing mountains and rivers. It's not bad to look at small bridges and flowing water." As he said that, he smiled slightly and didn't say anything else. He led the people of the Fire Qilin Cave into the distance. Humph. The Fire Dragon King narrowed his eyes, while Feng Yinxue snorted. She also walked over. Her phoenix-like eyes flickered with a shocking light, and countless runes shrouded the rockery. It seemed that she wanted to see through everything. However, after looking for a long time, she didn't find anything unusual. In the end, she could only leave resentfully. The Fire Dragon King also probed and found nothing. In fact, even Zhan Wushuang and a few figures hiding in the dark did the same. They also quickly followed. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't believe that Huomujin was doing this for no reason, unless he wanted to confuse them. He activated the heavenly secret divine eyes and observed silently. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise. The aura in the garden was a little strange. It seemed normal, but he discovered that there seemed to be a strange energy here. Sure enough, at that moment, the dark red divine dragon behind him also transmitted his voice. He directly used the disc array, so it was more subtle than a voice transmission. It would be difficult for those people to discover him. The dark red divine dragon said, "Kid, you've made a big discovery." This garden contained an astonishing array formation. An array. Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. Is it a killing array? Damn it, is Huomujin trying to kill me with a borrowed knife? It's not a killing array, but a teleportation array. Moreover, it was a very old teleportation array. It seemed that it hadn't been activated for tens of thousands of years. However, the entire array was complete. It could be activated as long as energy was injected into it. A teleportation array. Lin Xian was surprised. The dark, red divine dragon's attainments in array formations were very high. There was no way it would be mistaken. He thought about Huomuzhen's previous actions and immediately understood what was going on. Huomuzhen must have been sensing whether the teleportation array was complete or not. It seems that he has already thought of a way out. Lin Xian sneered. He guessed that Huomuzhen was planning to use the teleportation array to escape from everyone's pursuit after obtaining the heavenly fire. Ruffian dragon, can you change the array? Make it ineffective. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. The dark, red divine dragon was stunned for a moment. Then he became ecstatic. Are you trying to trick me, kid? That's great. I've been wanting to do that for a long time, but I have to study it. Lin Xian said that he didn't need to make too big of a move. He only needed to change 1 or 2 key positions so that he wouldn't be able to activate it. In a moment of desperation, he would not investigate it carefully. Chapter 2966. Don't worry, leave the array to me. The dark red dragon revealed a sly smile. He began to quietly set up the teleportation array. The entire array was very ancient, but the dark red dragon's attainments in array formation were very high. Moreover, it needed to be changed slightly. Therefore, it did not take long for him to change the teleportation array. Other than them and Lin Xian, no one else knew. Murong Qingqing also secretly revealed a smile. I really want to know how those people from the Fire Qilin Cave will react when they find out that the teleportation array is not working. Hee, they will probably vomit blood from anger. Shen Jingqiu was also looking forward to it. Let's go, let's follow them. The dark red dragon and the other 2 quietly followed behind. As they moved forward, it was even more dangerous. One of the divine Emperor Ridge's prodigies accidentally activated the mechanism and was immediately pierced by a flying sword. His soul was instantly destroyed. This scene made the others even more frightened. It was too terrifying. There were dangers everywhere in Skyfire City. They might be killed mercilessly at any time. Once they activated the mechanism, very few people could escape. In front, Huomuzhen and the others slowed down, especially Huomuzhen. The Fire Qilin's shadow circled around his body as if he was facing a great enemy. This made the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue look serious. They knew that the legendary heavenly fire might not be far away. Therefore, they also activated the power of their bloodline, ready to go all out at any time. The people of the 3 sovereign families were also very serious. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. The sword qi in his body surged, and the heavenly gods eyes shone with a mysterious light. Finally, after walking for another 2 hours, there was a change in front. It was an incomparably magnificent mountain. At the foot of the mountain there was a cave. There were 2 stone doors at the entrance of the cave. The 2 stone doors were closed. The entire mountain was like a heavenly volcano, emitting a terrifying aura. Even the Fire Dragon King and the others' eyelids twitched wildly. They felt a tremor from their souls. How terrifying! Lin Xian was surprised and looked up. Through the heavenly god's eye, he saw that the huge mountain had an extremely strong power. It was the power of the fire origin between heaven and earth. Is this the place? Was there a terrifying heavenly fire buried here? The surrounding Archean prodigies discussed fervently. Huomuzhen looked at the cave in front of him with a fiery light in his eyes. On the stone door of the cave, there was a mysterious flame rune. They were vivid and lifelike, as if they were dancing divine flames. Have we arrived? Huomuzhen's face was expressionless, but his heart was wild with joy. According to the ancient texts left behind by their ancient emperor, they knew that there should be a terrifying heavenly flame buried in the cave. However, he did not dare to be careless at all. Although there were no ancient books left behind to tell him how dangerous it was inside, He knew that it was definitely much more dangerous than the outside based on the formations and mechanisms he had encountered along the way. If he wasn't careful, he might die here. Behind him, the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue also walked up. Among them, the Flame Dragon King clapped his hands and laughed loudly. As expected of the Fire Qilin Cave's 7th-generation Great One, he was indeed incomparably valiant. He was actually able to find the place where the heavenly fire was buried. There's no time to lose. Let's hurry up and open the cave entrance. Beside him, Feng Yinxue also could not wait. Huomuzhen snorted coldly. He did not say anything. Since they had already come here, it was impossible to retreat. He took a deep breath and said, "Let's do it together, the two of you." As he said that, the three of them pressed their palms on the red stone door. As the three of them unleashed their powers, the red stone door slowly opened. The heavenly fire that was originally dancing on the stone door was also divided into two. "It's open! It's finally open!" Behind them, the archaic creatures were extremely excited. Even Lin Xian became nervous. He could not help but clench his fists. Squeak! He looked forward in surprise. At this moment, the stone door was completely open, revealing the scene inside. However, it was different from the cave he had imagined. It did not seem to be a cave, nor was it a palace or a pavilion. Instead, it was a strange scene. Could it be that this was a paradise on earth? Heavens! Could this be a mysterious space that fell from the immortal realm? The archaic creatures also screamed. That was because the inside was too beautiful. It was completely different from what they had imagined. It was definitely a paradise. Not to mention them, even Huomuzhen was stunned. The Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue were also extremely surprised. Along the way, they had encountered too many dangers, formations, and traps. But now, such a paradise on earth had suddenly appeared. It was difficult for them to adapt for a while. Huomuzhen looked forward and carefully sensed. Indeed, in this paradise he felt a faint flame power. It should be the legendary heavenly fire. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and was the first to enter. After him, the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue did not want to fall behind and also entered. After the three peak heavenly secrets entered, they activated their king domains and bloodline power, as if they were facing a great enemy. After walking for a while, they did not find any danger. The three of them secretly heaved a sigh of relief. When the 10,000 archaic creatures saw this scene, they were also happy. "Let's go." They all entered. In the sky, Zhan Wushuang snorted coldly, turned into a golden stream of light, and quickly rushed in. On the other side, a few mysterious figures also entered. Lin Xian also walked in. In the dark red divine dragon and the other two also quietly followed in. After Lin Xian entered, he was speechless. He was surrounded by a celestial scene, but he could also sense a faint flame origin power. After entering, the 9 suns' divine fire in his body became cheerful. Dark nethergrass. Heavens, it was actually dark nethergrass. A prodigy of the nest of 10,000 dragons screamed. This was a spiritual medicine that no longer existed in the outside world. He was very excited. He turned into a dragon shadow and instantly rushed over to put away the dark nethergrass. This scene made the surrounding archaic creatures extremely envious. Huomuzhen glanced at it and did not care. Although the dark nethergrass was precious compared to the heavenly fire, it was insignificant. His goal was the heavenly fire. As for the rest, he would not care. But gradually he changed his mind, because as the surrounding people dispersed, screams of surprise could be heard. Metal spirit fruit. Ink flower. Fuck! Could this be a king medicine? Screams could be heard. They realized that this was indeed a paradise on earth. The spirit medicines here were either extinct or king medicines. It was really enough to make people scream. Chapter 2967. Ha ha ha, this is great. This is a great harvest. The 3 ancient royal family members were excited. Lin Xian was also happy. He did not expect to encounter so many spirit herbs here. How could he miss it? Using the yin-yang 8 steps, his speed was extremely fast. Whoosh! Whoosh! At once, he picked up 2 spiritual medicines that were extinct and 1 king medicine. This scene naturally won the dissatisfaction of the others. After all, although there were many spirit herbs here, they were not cabbages. The other party had snatched 3 of them at once. How could these people tolerate this? More importantly, the other party was not a member of the immemorial theocrats. He was merely a human ant. In their eyes, such a person was an existence that they could crush at any time. Previously, they did not kill the other party because they were worried about the formation outside. Now, there did not seem to be any peerless formation here, so they did not have to worry about it. And the other party was so reckless. It seemed that they had to take action and deal with this human brat in front of them. Do you think that we don't dare to make a move on you now? Without the formation, you are probably just an ant. Go to hell. Many ancient paragons walked up and stared at Lin Xian, sneering sinisterly. Obediently hand over the spirit herbs you obtained and the great dragon sword soul. I can give you a quick death. I will give you the time of an incense stick to write the cultivation method of the 9 yang divine body. Otherwise, I will break all the bones in your body. Kid, hand over the great dragon sword soul and the 9 yang divine body, and I can spare your life. I will let you be my servant, and after 1,000 years, I will set you free. These people sneered sinisterly and surrounded Lin Xian. Lin Xian closed his eyes. Why? Finally couldn't help but make a move? It was a good time to exercise his muscles and bones. His figure flashed, and he took the initiative to attack. Courting death. When those people saw this scene, they roared angrily. The other party actually dared to take the initiative to attack them. Go, kill him! These people shouted coldly and directly attacked. 2 figures were like gods and demons. They stretched out their large palms and grabbed at Lin Xian. One of them had red claws. He was a paragon of the nest of 10,000 dragons. The other was a prodigy of the fire Qilin cave. The flaming Qilin claw was even more dazzling. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He was so powerful. How could he be afraid of these people? The light in his eyes flickered and turned into 2 beams of divine light that pierced through the void. The whole place began to tremble. Terrifying waves of air surged to the heavens. Bang, bang! The 2 primordial geniuses were sent flying. Their attacks were shattered, and their bodies were penetrated by the sword qi. What? How could he be so powerful? The surrounding ancient life forms all went crazy. Lin Xian's strength had exceeded their expectations. Damn it, let's attack together. These people acted quickly. Lin Xian sneered. His figure flashed and disappeared. When he appeared, the sword light in his hand flickered and enveloped these people. Ah! Cries of surprise rang out one after another as a sword mark appeared on each of their bodies. Not only that, but they also discovered that the spiritual herbs they had just plucked had also been snatched away by a monkey. Damn it, how dare you! These prodigies were so angry that they vomited blood. They originally wanted to rob the other party, but who would have thought that not only would they fail, but they would also be robbed by the other party? Boom, boom, boom. Powerful auras erupted. These ancient life forms were so angry that they gritted their teeth. They finally stopped holding back. A terrifying aura surged between heaven and earth. What, you want to fight? I don't mind playing with you. Lin Xian sneered. The 9 yang divine body bloomed with light, and a terrifying sword intent also erupted. Your opponent is me. I will kill you with my own hands. In the sky, Zhan Wushuang revealed a sinister smile. He couldn't wait any longer. However, at this moment, the Fire Dragon King, Huomuzhen, and Feng Yinxue frowned. Especially Huomuzhen. He discovered that after Lin Xian activated the 9 yang divine body, a terrifying flame aura surged up from the ground. This made his expression turn solemn. The Fire Dragon King also said loudly, "All of you, stop!" As soon as he said this, the people from the nest of 10,000 dragons retreated. Feng Yinxue also called back the people from the divine Phoenix Ridge. They said that it was better to obtain the heavenly fire first. After all, they were already at the last step. They wouldn't give up the heavenly fire for a human brat. "All right, I'll let you live a little longer then." Zhan Wushuang didn't make a move. Instead, he looked into the distance. The heavenly fire was also tempting to him. Lin Xian sneered. This time he had obtained another king medicine and 3 extinct spiritual herbs. To him, it could be said to be a great harvest. He happily stored these king medicines and spiritual herbs into the black earth. With his hands behind his back, he looked into the distance. He wasn't in a hurry. He would let these people fight first. After the heavenly fire came out, he would make a plan. In front of him, there was a majestic waterfall. However, what flowed in this waterfall was not water, but flames. Monstrous flames and lava poured down from it. The flame aura here was very dense. Below the waterfall was a large lake. It was also incomparably fiery red and filled with lava. Huimuzhen came to the front of the flaming lake, his eyes flickering. He sensed that the heavenly fire was probably below. However, he didn't act rashly. The others didn't move either. The Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue's expressions were unprecedentedly solemn. They felt a sense of trepidation, as if the power below could tear them apart. "Brother Muzhen, don't hide anymore. Hurry up and attack with all your might," the Fire Dragon King said in a deep voice. Feng Yinxue, who was beside him, also looked over. Huimuzhen sneered. "Attack? Make a wedding dress for your disciple?" He wasn't a fool. He naturally knew that when the true heavenly fire appeared, the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue would attack mercilessly. "Then what do you want?" Feng Yinxue frowned. Huimuzhen said, "It's simple. Along the way, I've been leading you to break the formation, especially into the 4th area. I've also spent a lot of trump cards and treasures. Now, give me the treasures in your hands as collateral. I'm breaking the formation. Otherwise, don't even think about it." "You." Feng Yinxue's face was red with anger. The Fire Dragon King nodded. "No problem. Isn't it just some treasures? I'll give them to you." As he spoke, he waved his hand and a storage ring flew out. After Huimuzhen received it, he probed it with his soul and smiled with satisfaction. "Very good. What about you?" He looked at Feng Yinxue. Feng Yinxue's face was red, and her beautiful eyes were filled with anger. However, she still stretched out her hand and threw out a storage ring. Huimuzhen also probed it, and then put it away with satisfaction. "Good. Both of you lend me a hand. We'll break the formation together and seize the heavenly fire." "All right, no problem." The 2 of them nodded. Buzz. Chapter 2968. With a wave of his hand, he began to crack the array. Array discs appeared one by one and were displayed by him. In front of him, the flaming lake flickered with mysterious runes and covered the surroundings. It was obvious that this was a very terrifying array. If anyone attacked rashly, they would probably be burned to ashes immediately. "Buzz! Buzz!" Huimuzhen's eyes focused. He held a flaming array disc in his hand with 49 small red flags on it. Under his control, they grew in size and turned into 49 large flags that covered the sky and were inserted into the ground. Each flag was incomparably red and covered with runes. A ferocious qilin was drawn on the flag. Huimuzhen controlled the array disc with both hands. The 49 qilin flaming flags kept changing positions with raging flames on them. Waves of terrifying power burst out, enough to destroy the world. In front of him, the ancient array trembled slightly but did not break. One could imagine how terrifying this array was. "You too, what are you waiting for?" Huimuzhen shouted coldly at the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue. The Fire Dragon King's eyes flickered. He sighed and attacked. Feng Yinxue also attacked. To be honest, the two of them did not want to attack because it was a waste of energy to break the array. Once the array was broken, it would definitely be a chaotic battle. Without energy, it would be difficult to win the battle. Therefore, the Fire Dragon King shouted coldly, "Zhan Wushuang, are you still not going to attack?" Feng Yinxue also shouted coldly, "And those hidden in the dark, I know you are all here." However, it was impossible to reap without sowing. It seemed that Feng Yinxue wanted to drag all the hidden experts into the water. Figures appeared one by one, and some of them had gloomy faces. Damn it, this woman was so smart that she did not let anyone go. 3 more figures appeared in the surroundings. In addition to Zhan Wushuang, there was South Emperor Yan Nantian, and the last one was a pale and coquettish man. Hua Xinyan from the Demon King Palace? Yan Nantian looked at him and said with a frown, "I didn't expect the famous South Emperor to recognize an insignificant person like me. What a surprise!" The coquettish man chuckled. Hearing this, the Fire Dragon King and the others frowned. Demon King Palace, was he from the Demon Clan? The Demon Clan was part of the 10,000 Archean tribes. However, he was different from them. The demon race had always existed and hadn't gone into hibernation. Therefore, although they were also part of the 10,000 ancient races, their relationship wasn't that close. On the contrary, the relationship between the demon race and the human race was inextricably intertwined. Lin Xian stood at the side and watched. With his heavenly fortune divine eyes, he naturally knew that someone was hiding in the dark. However, to his surprise, it was actually Yan Nantian and the people from the Fiend Imperial Palace. What was the relationship between Hua Xinyan and Hua Tiandu? Thinking about it, he should be an extremely powerful genius of the Demon Monarch Palace. This time, did Yan Ryu come? Lin Xian's eyes flickered. It had been a long time since he last saw the other party. He wondered how the other party was doing. All right, since they're all here, let's attack together. Huamuzhen said in a deep voice. The others nodded. As long as the formation was not broken, they would not have a chance to seize the heavenly flame even if they wanted to. Several top geniuses joined forces to break the formation. The other ancient creatures were extremely nervous. Lin Xian also retreated far away. He didn't make a move. At this moment, a golden light appeared in his eyes as he quickly analyzed the formation. At the same time, the dark red divine dragon and the others also quietly came to his side. "Kid, this formation is not simple. I reckon that their chances of success are less than 50%. Is it that difficult?" Lin Xian was surprised when he heard that. One had to know that this lineup was already very powerful. Moreover, looking at the other party's formation skills, they should be quite good, especially the 49 Qilin flags. They were a sharp weapon to break the formation. But now they didn't even have a 50% chance of success. If the two of us work together with them, I reckon that we will have a 70% chance of success. The dark red divine dragon secretly transmitted his voice. Lin Xian nodded slightly after hearing that. The dark red divine dragon's formation skills were very strong, and his was not weak either. If the two of them worked together, the success rate would be greatly increased. However, Lin Xian would not act rashly, especially the dark red divine dragon. He could not come out. Otherwise, Murong Qingqing and Shun Jingqiu would be in danger. Therefore, Lin Xian waited silently. Boom! Countless runes flickered in front of them, and terrifying energy surged. Suddenly, a crack appeared on one of the Qilin flags, and it looked very ferocious. Everyone's expression changed when they saw this scene. With a boom, the Qilin flag broke into 2 halves. Oh no! Many people screamed. Huamuzhen's pupils also shrank. He was already prepared. He shouted coldly, and a young man walked out from among the prodigies of the Fire Qilin Cave. He instantly took out a flag to replace the broken one. Continue to break the formation. Huamuzhen's expression was cold. He had more than one formation, so it did not matter if a flag was broken. Fortunately, he had taken the storage rings of the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue. Otherwise, the loss caused by the destruction of a single banner would make him feel the pinch. However, good things did not last long. Not long after, 3 more terrifying sounds suddenly rang out, and 3 fire Qilin flags broke into 2 halves instantly. In addition, there were 4 more flags that had cracks on them. There was a loud boom. A burst of violent energy erupted, and all the Qilin flags were sent flying. In front of them, the flaming lake emitted a boundless flame power, and everyone was pushed back. Oh no! The prodigy's expressions also changed, and they quickly retreated. The void where they were originally standing was shattered, and it was burned into nothingness. Damn it, how could this be? Zhan Wushuang frowned, and the Fire Dragon King, Feng Yinxue, and the others looked solemn. Huan Muzhin's small face was even more ferocious. His eyes were burning, and the aura on his body was abnormally terrifying. Damn it, he had failed. He had failed. This time, too many Qilin flags were broken. So much so that he could not make up for it. However, that was impossible. This formation plate was a precious treasure of the Fire Qilin Cave. Previously, it had been successful in breaking the formation. But now he could not succeed, and he had lost a lot. He could not believe it. Damn it, the power of this formation was still above his imagination. Could it be that they were going to return in failure this time? However, if they could not even get the heavenly fire, let alone the void divine furnace, in the end they could only return with the Qilin Eye. In this way, the Qilin Crown Prince would definitely not be satisfied. In the distance, Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he sighed in his heart. Sure enough, as the dark red divine dragon had guessed, they had failed this time. However, would the Fire Qilin Cave really give up? Did they have any trump cards? He did not know. Chapter 2969. The Other Archaic Life Forms Side. The Fire Dragon King's gaze was cold, and Feng Yingxue's face turned cold. The other geniuses also looked unfriendly. Among them, Huan Muzhin's expression was even more ferocious. The ancient creatures of the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine Emperor Ridge saw that there was no hope, so they prepared to search the surroundings to see if there were any more treasures. Since they couldn't get the heavenly fire, they wanted to get some more spiritual herbs to make up for their losses. The Fire Dragon King's eyes flickered as he asked, Brother Muzhin, is there really no other way? He didn't believe that the Fire Qilin Cave only had such means. From the looks of it, the other party was obviously very familiar with Sky Flame City. How could they not have prepared some backup plans? Huan Muzhin shook his head. The array formation is stronger than we imagined. For a while, I have no other way. Hearing this, Feng Yingxue snorted. No other way? You took our things and said there's no other way? Then, hurry up and return the storage ring to me. She was really angry. Damn it. She originally thought that the people of the Fire Qilin Cave had a way to open it, but she didn't expect to be happy for nothing. How could Feng Yingxue be happy? What did you say? You want it back. Damn it, if it weren't for me. Would you have been able to make it here? Huan Muzhin was also angry. Along the way, the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine Phoenix Ridge followed them like dog-skin plaster. And the Fire Qilin Cave was the one who cracked the array formation, especially the defensive array formation on the 4th level. It consumed a lot of his treasures. But now, the team actually wanted to take back the storage room? What a joke! How could he give up what he had obtained? Huan Muzhin's expression was cold. What did you say? Say it again. Don't think that I don't dare to attack you. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. Feng Yingxue, who was at the side, shouted, Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Do you really think that I'm afraid of you just because you're the 7th generation? Although Feng Yingxue was the 9th generation, she didn't seem to be afraid of Huan Muzhin at all. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting tenser and tenser, Lin Xian in the distance smiled. Why, Were they starting to fight? If the two sides could fight, it would be a good thing for him. Lin Xian's expression was relaxed, but on the other side, it was gloomy and worried, especially those from the Fire Qilin cave. Each and every one of them had gloomy expressions. Their crown prince had given them the task, so if they couldn't get the heavenly flame, there was no need for them to go back. Brother Muzhin, is there really no other way? Fire Dragon King said with a frown. It was not that there was no way. Muzhin's voice was cold. Hearing this, everyone turned their heads with a glimmer of hope in their eyes. What method? Feng Yinxue asked quickly. The eyes of Zhan Wushuang and the others burned with passion. Muzhin snorted coldly and said, Of course, it was to break the formation. Although this formation is powerful, it has been here for countless years. I don't believe that it is unbreakable. Besides, as long as it's a formation, there's a way to break it. If we study it patiently, we'll be able to break it one day. However, it might take a little longer. At this point, Muzhin looked at the people of Fire Qilin Cave and said loudly, I don't care what you guys do. My Fire Qilin Cave has to break this flame formation and obtain the heavenly flame. How confident are you? The Fire Dragon King thought for a moment and asked in a deep voice. Muzhin stretched out a hand. 50%. However, I'm not sure how long it'll take. It depends on how many people are willing to join forces with me. The Fire Dragon King thought for a moment and said, I'm willing to join forces with you. I'm willing too. Seeing that the Fire Dragon King had agreed, Feng Yinxue naturally did not want to fall behind. All right. Muzhin's eyes shone with a cold light. Great. He smiled. If the Fire Qilin Cave were to do it alone, he did not know how long it would take to break it. However, with the help of the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine Emperor Spirit, it would take a long time. However, it was much stronger than them. Thinking of this, they looked at Zhan Wushuang, Yan Nantian, and the others. What do you think? Since you're here, how can you leave so easily? Zhan Wushuang said coldly. Hua Xinyan also nodded. They were still very young and had plenty of time to wait. Once they obtained the heavenly flame, their strength would undergo an earth-shattering change. It was definitely a good deal. Lin Xian retreated far away and looked at this scene with a cold smile. It seemed that these people were really unwilling to give up. He did not have the time to accompany these people to obtain the heavenly flame. Perhaps he should try to see if there was any other way. Thinking of this, Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret, divine eyes. Countless runes appeared in his golden eyes. Suddenly, he frowned as if he felt a force. Could it be? He quickly combined and formed a rune that he had obtained in the Black Passage. In the next moment, he was shocked, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. That is, he saw that in the distance, in the void, there seemed to be a divine furnace spreading terrifying flames. However, when he wanted to take a closer look, he found that it was gone again. Could it be an illusion? Impossible. Lin Xian had full confidence in the heavenly secret divine eyes. If even the heavenly secret divine eyes had an illusion, probably no one would be able to see it clearly. In that case, there were other treasures in this place besides the heavenly flame, and these people did not know about this treasure. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's heart pounded wildly. Let's take a look. He secretly sent a voice transmission to the dark red divine dragon and the other two. At the same time, he quietly retreated. Of course, he had to pretend to be disappointed. Sigh. I originally wanted to see what the heavenly flame was like. I didn't expect you guys to be so useless that you can't even open a formation. Forget it. I'll go and see if there are any king herbs that I missed. As he spoke, he strolled around the surroundings. Damn it, this kid is too despicable. Hearing this, the ancient creatures in front were so angry that they vomited blood. How dare he call them useless? What a joke! This is the incomparably mysterious Heavenly Flame City. Do you think the formation is so easy to break? Zhan Wushuang glanced at the other party, and a cold, murderous intent appeared in his eyes. However, he did not make a move. The most important thing now was to think of a way to obtain the heavenly flame. As for the other party, he would deal with him after obtaining the heavenly flame. He did not believe that the other party could escape. After all, the Fire Qilin Cave had led the team along the way. Without the Fire Qilin Cave, these people would not be able to leave at all. Feeling Zhan Wushuang's gaze move away from him, Lin Xian coldly snorted in his heart. Great, it looks like these people have indeed let down their guard. Thinking of this, he slowly walked towards the place where he had seen the mysterious furnace previously. Behind him, the prodigies of the far ancient royal family gritted their teeth. Damn it, attack, kill that kid. Yes, capture him first, skin him alive, and make him suffer a fate worse than death. Chapter 2970. One of them was from the nest of 10,000 dragons, and the other seemed to be from the Fire Spirit Cave. The two of them looked at each other and smiled sinisterly. They quickly followed behind Lin Xian. On the other side, Lin Xian saw that no one was paying attention to him, so he increased his speed. The entire paradise was huge. Other than the flaming waterfall and flaming lake, there were other strange phenomena in the surroundings. In the distance, there was a valley. In front of the valley, Lin Xian stopped because he saw the mysterious divine furnace in the valley. Kid, is what you said true? Are there really other treasures? The dark red dragon and the other two were still hiding in the void. They quickly asked through voice transmissions. I did see it, but I only saw it once. When I looked again, it disappeared. Don't panic. I'll try using the 3 mysterious patterns. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He had activated one of the mysterious patterns before, and now he was going to activate another one. He wanted to see if he could see the divine furnace in the void again with 2 mysterious patterns. Countless runes flashed in his eyes, forming a mysterious pattern that shrouded the area in front of him. Sure enough, in the next moment, Lin Xian saw a divine furnace floating in the void of the valley. The divine furnace was very terrifying. There were all kinds of rare beasts on the furnace, and there were also terrifying flame runes. It was like an immortal fire. It was incomparably mysterious. There really is one. Lin Xian was delighted. However, at this moment he frowned. Beside him, the dark red dragon Murong Qingqing and the others also exclaimed, "Oh no, someone's coming." They quickly retreated and put some distance between them. Lin Xian turned around and frowned as he looked behind him. Behind him, 2 rays of light flashed quickly and soon arrived near the valley. Kid, you're quite good at hiding. But do you think you can survive by hiding here? Humph. How dare you provoke us? You're dead meat. Kneel down obediently and hand over all the treasures on you. The 2 of them were very ferocious. Both of them had powerful auras that had reached 40,000 Archean power. Kid, I know you defeated by Chen Shan, but in front of us, you're still an ant. Any one of us can easily kill by Chen Shan. We're the geniuses of the royal family. It's not something you can imagine. Now that the 2 of us have joined forces, you have no chance of survival. So kneel down obediently. Humph. A mere 40,000 units of Archean power? You dare to say such words in front of me? Lin Xian shook his head slightly. The 2 of you are no match for me. If you want to die, then go ahead. What a reckless fellow. The expression of the genius from the nest of 10,000 dragons darkened. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Dragon blood surged on his body, and his dragon scales shone with a dazzling light. His killing intent turned into killing swords that enlarged in the sky and slashed forward. Not good. Retreat quickly. In the dark, Murong Qingqing and Xin Jingqiu's expressions changed. These 2 prodigies were no weaker than the 2-headed dragon from before. Was this the prodigy of the immemorial theocrats? Every single one of them was so powerful. Lin Xian's face was full of disdain as he faced the blood-red killing swords. He stretched out a hand and grabbed forward. The sky was filled with golden light. His palm was like a god fiend, shaking the 9 heavens. With a boom, he grabbed the blood-red killing swords and shook them forcefully. All the killing swords were shattered. I've said it before, 40,000 units of Archean power is no match for me at all. If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. A cold aura appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Killing intent surged in his heart. He had to kill these 2 prodigies. Otherwise, the secret of the valley would be exposed. Damn it, this kid is so strange. His physique is very strong. Let's attack together. The prodigy of the nest of 10,000 dragons shouted. On the other side, the prodigy of the fire Qilin cave also nodded. He opened his mouth and spat out a small red flag. It was very similar to the Qilin flag that Huomuzhen had used previously. There was also an incomparably ferocious Qilin drawn on it. This time it wasn't just a Qilin head, but a complete Qilin pattern. As soon as it appeared, it quickly enlarged and buzzed in the sky. Terrifying flames enveloped the surroundings. Kid, go to hell. The heavenly secret of the fire Qilin cave grabbed the red flag and waved it nonstop. Terrifying energy erupted and swept over. On the other side, the prodigy of the nest of 10,000 dragons also sneered. He took out a purple spear and stabbed it out, piercing through all directions. If the 2 of them attacked together, they could definitely kill the other party easily. However, they were wrong. The current Lin Xian was no longer the same as before. He had 50,000 units of Archean power. Even if the other party joined forces, they wouldn't be able to pose any threat to him. Sure enough, Lin Xian punched out with both fists, and the 9 suns' divine flames burned fiercely. Destroy! The punch landed on the red Qilin flag, causing it to dim and lose its luster. It broke into 2 halves from the middle. With his other hand, he grabbed the dragon-shaped spear and broke it into 6 pieces. In an instant, their magic treasures shattered. The 2 of them were also impacted and vomited blood. Their eyes were filled with shock and horror. Damn it, impossible! How can you be so strong? They were about to go crazy. The 2 of them had 40,000 units of Archean power. How terrifying was it when they joined forces? There was probably no one in the human race who could be compared to them. But now, the ant in their eyes had actually shattered their weapons so easily. He even caused them to suffer internal injuries. This scene was simply like a dream. Damn it, this kid has been hiding his strength. His strength is above 40,000 units of Archean power. No, I have to report this to the 7th generation. The expressions of the 2 changed drastically. They realized that they had been careless. The other party had been hiding his strength. He must be up to something. The 2 of them turned around and wanted to leave. You still want to leave? Stay. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a piercing cold light. How could he let the 2 of them leave? So in the next moment, he pulled out the fire Qilin sword. With a stab of the sword, 2 heads flew up, and their souls were instantly destroyed. Lin Xian didn't hold back at all with this sword. Puff! Puff! Blood burst out, dyeing the ground red. The 2 of them widened their eyes with infinite fear. They didn't expect the other party to kill them so easily. The 9 suns' divine fire appeared in Lin Xian's palm, and he wanted to burn the 2 corpses to ashes. However, he didn't notice that a portion of the blood of the 2 prodigies flew into the valley and landed in the void. That was the blood of Archean prodigies, and it was the blood of dragons and Qilin beads. It had a mysterious power. Therefore, when it landed in the valley, it finally alarmed the mysterious furnace. Buzz! Crack! Crack! The surrounding void shattered, and a terrifying power surged out, causing the entire world to lose its light. Violent tremors came, as if a god was awakening. Oh no! Chapter 2971. The dark red divine dragon and the other 2 had long been pushed far away. Lin Xian also used the yin-yang 8 steps, turned into a stream of light, and left in an instant. As soon as he left, a ball of flame rippled out from the valley. It was completely formed by interweaving runes and spread in all directions. In an instant, the void shattered, and the corpses of the two archaic prodigies were instantly burned into dry corpses and fell to the ground. In front of the flaming lake, Huamuzhen, Fire Dragon King, and the other top heaven rankers did not immediately make a move. They sat down cross-legged and prepared to adjust their bodies to their peak. Then they would make a move. Suddenly, they felt a terrifying fluctuation coming from afar. Buzz! These people all opened their eyes in shock and bewilderment. Damn it, what happened? Such a terrifying power. Could it be that someone triggered a peerless array formation? As they spoke, the expressions of these top prodigies changed, because they knew that many archaic creatures were looking for spiritual herbs in the surroundings. Perhaps someone had accidentally touched the array formation. If that was the case, things would be troublesome. Damn it, let's go and take a look. Feng Yinxue shouted and took the lead. Fire Dragon King and the others also soared into the sky. They turned into streams of light and flew into the distance. In front of the valley, the void slowly healed, and Lin Xian landed on the ground again with a gloomy expression. That attack just now was very terrifying, enough to destroy everything. Perhaps only a saint would be able to withstand it. However, the strange thing was that the surroundings did not collapse. It should be related to Sky Fire City. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, Fire Dragon King and the others arrived near the valley. They floated in the sky and looked down, frowning. When they saw the two charred corpses on the ground and Lin Xian, they were instantly enraged. Damn brat, how dare you! They roared crazily. Damn it, the other party is so reckless. They could not tolerate the fact that he dared to kill the disciples of the archaic royal family. Soon, their gazes were attracted by the things in the ravine. Someone screamed, "What is that? Heavens, could it be that it's a treasure?" Many people screamed. Many primordial creatures had already arrived. They looked into the valley and saw the divine furnace floating in the void. They were extremely shocked. In the sky, the pupils of the Fire Dragon King, Feng Yinxue, and the others also shrank. They felt a tremor in their souls. The aura emanating from the divine furnace was simply too terrifying. The flames dancing on them were capable of easily annihilating them. In the sky, Huamuzhen looked at the valley and his pupils shrank. What is this? His face was filled with shock and disbelief. He looked as though he had seen a ghost. The other sky prides from the Fire Spirit Cave were also shocked. Why is this thing here? They were all stunned. Seeing this scene, the Fire Dragon King frowned, while Feng Yinxue's face darkened. Damn it, do you know there's a treasure here? He was truly mad with anger. This Fire Qilin Cave's people were too hateful. He knew that there was a treasure, yet he kept it a secret. If it weren't for the energy fluctuations, they would have been kept in the dark. Zhan Wushuang and the others also came and went. Huamuzhen also coldly snorted. I don't know either. This thing is here, so I have no reason to lie to you. So, you still know about the existence of the treasure? Feng Yinxue did not back down. Huamuzhen sneered. What a joke! Why should I tell you? Besides, do you think you have the strength to obtain this void divine furnace? You can't even get the heavenly fire, and you still want the void divine furnace? What a joke! As soon as these words came out, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, the aura emanating from the void ahead was too terrifying. A wisp of flame could probably kill them instantly. To obtain such a treasure, at least a saint had to make a move. Below, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Void divine furnace. So this treasure was called the Void Divine Furnace. It seemed that the people from the Fire Qilin Cave had long known about the existence of this treasure. Damn it, he really knows a lot about this. What other secrets did they know? Above, Feng Yinxue and the others also landed. They looked at the Void Divine Furnace in the valley ahead with flickering eyes. I don't believe it. Is it really as powerful as you said? As she spoke, She formed a seal with her palms and spat out a drop of blood essence. Accompanied by flames, it turned into a phoenix and rushed forward. Everyone watched with rapt attention. As soon as the blood-colored phoenix arrived at the valley, it was attacked by a terrifying attack and was instantly enveloped by countless flames. Boom! In an instant, it was burned to ashes and no longer existed. What? So powerful! Many Archean creatures screamed. Feng Yinshue's eyelids twitched wildly. She knew the power of this attack. However, they could not even rush into the valley. One could imagine how terrifying the valley ahead was. The Fire Dragon King, Zhan Wushuang, and the others also looked solemn. Huamuzhen sneered. Don't waste your energy. The Void Divine Furnace is protected by the 8 Barons' Divine Fire Array. That array is even more terrifying than the array that protects the Heavenly Fire. We can't even break the Heavenly Fire Array, let alone the 8 Barons' Divine Fire Array. Many people sighed. It seemed that the Void Divine Furnace was much more difficult to obtain than the Heavenly Fire. They had to think of a way to break the Heavenly Fire Array. Perhaps they could even obtain the Heavenly Fire. If they stayed here, not only would they not be able to break the array, but they would also be in danger. As everyone prepared to leave, Huamuzhen stared at Lin Xian. He said in a deep voice, "Kid, tell me, how did you find this place?" At this point, an incomparably terrifying killing intent surged from his body. Although the 2 corpses on the ground had been roasted into charcoal, he could still sense that one of the corpses belonged to the Fire Qilin Cave. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Lin Xian. This kid was a living eyewitness. Perhaps they could find out some information from him. Lin Xian snorted coldly. "I came here to look for the Herb King. However, you 10,000 Archean tribes were reckless and insisted on barging into the valley. In the end, you were burned into a dried corpse." Lin Xian would not say that he had found the Void Divine Furnace on his own initiative. That was impossible. Huamuzhen frowned. If the Void Divine Furnace had been here all along, we would have sensed it. It was obvious that it did not appear before. It must have appeared because you triggered some array mechanism. Tell me, what is going on? Zhan Wushuang sneered. There was no need to talk nonsense. It would be more convenient to capture him and search his soul. As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out a large hand and grabbed Lin Xian's head. It seemed that he wanted to seal Lin Xian and then forcefully take his soul. "Do you think I'm really afraid of you?" Lin Xian was also angry. This Zhan Wuhen had provoked him again and again. Did he really think that he was a pushover? Chapter 2972. Boom! The flaming sword streaked across the sky, emitting a dazzling light. With the roar of a dragon, it collided with the giant palm in the sky. With a loud boom, the giant palm was pushed back. What? This scene made the surrounding Archean prodigies' expressions change. This kid actually blocked Zhan Wushuang's attack? Even the Fire Dragon King and the others frowned. How could this kid be so strong? Could it be that he had been hiding all this time? Feng Yingxue and the others also stared at Lin Xian, trying to see through him. Zhan Wushuang's face darkened. It was beyond his expectations that Lin Xian could block his attack. "No wonder you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Today, you will definitely die. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Come, let's fight to the death." Lin Xian was furious. Since he could not obtain the Heavenly Fire or the illusionary Divine Furnace, he might as well fight to his heart's content. With that, he rose into the sky and flew into the distance. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Zhan Wushuang sneered. Although Lin Xian could block his attack, he did not care. Just now, it was just a casual attack. He did not believe that Lin Xian could block his attack with his full strength. Therefore, he turned into a stream of light and rushed into the distance. "Damn it! The few of you should go and take a look." Huamuzhen ordered his Archean creatures to follow him secretly. At the same time, the Archean creatures of the 3 Imperials flew into the distance. Firstly, They wanted to see how strong Lin Xian was. If Lin Xian was really captured, they could not let Zhan Wushuang take advantage of him. In the dark, Murong Qingqing and Xin Jingqiu were extremely nervous. The dark, red, divine dragon transmitted his voice to them. Don't worry, that kid should be fine. Don't forget, he has 50,000 Archean power now. Let's stay here and take a look. These guys, what should they do next? Huamuzhen was not too worried since he had sent people to keep an eye on Zhan Wushuang and Lin Xian. If anything happened, he would rush over immediately. Therefore, he planned to go back and crack the array to see if he could obtain the heavenly fire. The Fire Dragon King and the others had the same plan. However, Yan Nantian did not leave. Not only that, he even walked towards the valley ahead. What was this guy trying to do? Could it be that he had gone mad? This scene surprised Huamuzhen and the others. The surrounding Archean creatures exclaimed in shock. The Crimson Divine Dragon and the others also frowned. Rumor had it that this guy had obtained the inheritance of a great emperor. How terrifying would his means be? But no matter what he did, he couldn't block that terrifying flame. Therefore, everyone was very confused. What was Yan Nantian trying to do? Whoosh! Lin Xian landed on the plains. In the sky, Zhan Wushuang sneered and looked down like a demon. Brat, have you chosen a place to be buried? But don't worry, I won't kill you so easily. I'll catch you first. I'll take your soul. Then I will pull out your tendons and flay your bones. I will let you know. This is the result of provoking my battle clan. Zhan Wushuang's murderous aura soared to the sky, causing the surrounding void to tremble. Humph! Lin Xian didn't say anything. He pulled out the blazing Qilin sword and slashed forward. This scene made the Archean Paragon's eyelids twitch wildly. Was this brat crazy? He actually dared to fight Zhan Wushuang? Zhan Wushuang was comparable to our 7th generation lord. He was a top-notch sky pride. How could this brat block him? He just wait and see. He's definitely dead. These people watched the battle from afar with cold smiles on their faces. What a reckless brat! Zhan Wushuang was furious. His eyes shone with a cold light. Who was he? How strong was he? Even the Fire Dragon King and the others wouldn't dare to attack him. However, this brat in front of him dared to attack him. He swore that he would make this brat regret it. Scram! With a cold shout, his fist moved forward. Heavenly Divine Fist. A terrifying fist shadow bombarded the sword chi. The sword chi was sent flying into the void, creating a terrifying and bottomless crack in the void. This scene made the Archean Paragon's eyelids twitch wildly. How could this brat's swordsmanship be so powerful? He had indeed concealed his strength. It seemed that his Archean power was above 40,000. Damn it, how was this possible? The Archean race's faces darkened. This was already comparable to them. They were the high and mighty dragons with the bloodline of the Dragon Emperor. That was why they were so powerful. How could a human ant be so powerful? He wasn't the descendant of Adarch. Zhan Wushuang's face darkened. This time his strength had increased again. However, it only managed to knock away the sword chi that wasn't his opponent's. This made him realize that the brat in front of him was very powerful. It was beyond his expectations. However, he was confident that he could kill this brat. However, before he could do anything, Lin Xian attacked again. Interesting. No wonder you dare to kill me. Unfortunately, it was a pity. Next, I'll let you have a taste of my 9-son swordsmanship. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous as the divine fire on his body surged. The blazing Qilin sword in his hand emitted thousands of rays of light. All the spiritual energy in the world turned into seawater and gathered toward the long sword in his hand. Buzz! The blazing Qilin sword seemed to have come alive as its light intensified. There was even the shadow of a blazing Qilin shining. This scene instantly made the Archean Paragons who were watching the battle from afar change their expressions. Damn it! That's the blazing Qilin sword. Why is the blazing Qilin cave's treasure sword in his hands? These people are crazy. However, they didn't have time to think too much because Lin Xian had attacked. He slashed out with his sword, which turned into a divine rainbow and slashed directly at Zhan Wushuang. In the sky, sword light flashed and descended from the sky like a fiery dragon. The terrifying power pierced through all directions. Humph! You overestimate yourself. I'll let you know the difference between us. Zhan Wushuang's eyes shone brightly. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched out like a god's fist. The entire world trembled as countless large cracks erupted. Clang! This fist collided with the long sword again, making a clang sound and sending the long sword flying. However, that godlike fist had also disappeared. However, the power on Zhan Wushuang's body was becoming more and more terrifying. In particular, his eyes seemed to have turned into two divine lamps as his cold killing intent locked onto Lin Xian. Kid, you've completely angered me. He rose into the air and strode towards Lin Xian. In the distance, the Archean paragons were extremely shocked. He blocked it again. The two of them were actually evenly matched. Damn it, that's impossible. That kid definitely can't be so strong. It must be the sword in his hand. That should be a sage-level artifact. The Archean paragons of the nest of 10,000 dragons said coldly. The paragons of the fire Qilin cave gritted their teeth. That's right, the blazing Qilin sword is definitely the treasure sword of our fire Qilin cave. Chapter 2973. Damn it, I have to get to the bottom of this. How did he get it? They were going crazy. That sword belongs to one of the fire Qilin cave's prodigies. However, it's in his hands now. Could it be that something happened to their prodigy? Now I can't get out of here. Only by capturing him can I find out what happened outside. In front, Lin Xian looked at Zhan Wushuang, who was walking towards him, and sneered. He waved his arm and attacked again. With a slash of his sword, the terrifying sword Qi turned into a fire Qilin and roared. Roar! The power of this slash was even more terrifying. As soon as the fire Qilin appeared, it suppressed all directions. Countless large cracks appeared in the void, and a black hole appeared. As if it was connected to hell, the fire Qilin roared in the black hole. Damn it! How can he be so powerful? In the distance, the Archean prodigy's bodies started to tremble. Zhan Wushuang also frowned, and a trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes. He had to admit that he had underestimated his opponent. That sword technique is indeed very powerful. But so what? He shouted coldly, clenched his fist, and attacked again. Boom! 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 Each of them was like the sun. Not only that, but his body also swayed, and his speed was extremely fast. He tore through the void and charged towards Lin Xian. That was because he was completely enraged. He did not intend to be entangled with his opponent anymore. He wanted to capture his opponent in the most ferocious manner and forcibly take his soul. Whoosh! In an instant, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. Go to hell, kid! He revealed a sinister smile and attacked with thunder. His large hand carried a sky full of lightning and struck in all directions, completely enveloping Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body was penetrated by the lightning and disappeared. Oh no! An afterimage! Zhan Wushuang's pupils constricted. He could feel a biting cold, murderous intent coming from behind him. A sword light cut through the void and slashed towards his back. God of war armor! Zhan Wushuang roared, and mysterious runes appeared on his body. They quickly intertwined and formed an armor to protect his body. At the same time, he changed his position and quickly dodged. Clang! When the sword landed on the divine battle armor, an earth-shattering sound rang out, causing Zhan Wushuang to be knocked back. The second sword slashed down from the sky. However, Zhan Wushuang dodged it. The sword brushed past his opponent's body and only managed to cut off a strand of his hair. What Zhan Wushuang was pushed back. Seeing this scene, the other paragons felt their scalps go numb. Originally, they were here to keep an eye on Zhan Wushuang. After all, after Zhan Wushuang captured Lin Xian, they had to report it to their 7th-generation lord. But now, they realized that it was really a problem whether Zhan Wushuang could catch Lin Xian. The current Lin Xian was simply too strong. He was so strong that it exceeded their expectations. In fact, there were quite a few people who were trembling so much that they were on the verge of kneeling down. "Damn brat, I want you dead." Zhan Wushuang soared into the sky and stood in the void like a celestial demon. Mysterious runes appeared on his body, forming a series of hand seals. Zhang Xian swiped his hands across the air. The void where he was became extremely distorted, as if it had turned into chaos. How terrifying! What kind of cultivation technique is this? Why do I feel that he has distorted the entire space? The other paragons in the distance screamed. Indeed, Lin Xian unleashed a series of golden sword auras at his opponent. However, the sharp sword chi became distorted in front of his opponent. None of the sword strikes could break through the space. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned. The other paragons in the distance also exclaimed, "Damn it, this Zhan Wushuang was too strong and strange." These people from the war tribe were all lunatics. They were born to fight, so they definitely had many mystiques and cultivation techniques. They were not weaker than the Silver tribe. As the top paragons of the younger generation of the war tribe, Zhan Wushuang's strength was indeed terrifying. Even such a terrifying sword chi could be neutralized by him. It was truly unbelievable. Lin Xian was also surprised. Originally, he had suppressed Zhan Wushuang with a few sword strikes. He thought that he could win easily. He did not expect his opponent to have some tricks up his sleeve, especially now that his opponent was standing in a distorted space. It was as if he had changed the entire world. He caused all the sword chi to deviate from him. Interesting. As expected of the top paragons of the war tribe, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He attacked again. He waved his sword again and again. At this moment, Lin Xian executed the 9-yang sword technique and displayed a powerful force. Flames flickered in the sky. An entire world seemed to be melting. Just the sword chi alone made the paragons in the distance tremble, because they realized that they could not block the other party's sword chi. While they were shocked, they also felt a strong sense of fear. Buzz, buzz, buzz! At first, Zhan Wushuang could still distort space and change the direction of the sword chi so that they could not get close. But later, Zhan Wushuang's expression changed. He was originally confident and calm, but he was shocked again, because he realized that the other party's sword chi could directly break through the void. He had a mystique that could turn the void into nothingness, but he could not. The other party's sword chi contained an aura that could destroy everything. Damn it, it was the great dragon's sword soul. Zhan Wushuang gritted his teeth. As a member of the war tribe, he had a deeper understanding of the great dragon's sword soul than the other paragons. He knew that the great dragon's sword soul could destroy everything. Therefore, he did not intend to passively defend anymore. He was prepared to take the initiative to attack. Buzz! A long saber appeared in the sky, emitting a bright light as it was held in his hand. Bright moon saber. Could it be that treasure? In the distance, a paragon from a nest of 10,000 dragons exclaimed. His eyes flickered as he stared at the saber in the sky. That's right, it was the bright moon saber. He did not expect Zhan Wushuang to have the bright moon saber. It was not weaker than the fire spirit sword. That's right. That kid did not have the advantage of a weapon. Could he continue to suppress Zhan Wushuang? It would be very difficult. He would probably be suppressed and might even be killed. In the distance, the paragons sneered again. Zhan Wushuang's aura erupted. His eyes were sharp, and his black hair danced wildly. It was as if he had turned into an unstoppable saber god. Kid, the game is over. Zhan Wushuang waved the bright moon saber, and saber lights that were like full moons pressed down from the sky. The saber light flashed and, killing intent, soared into the sky, causing the expressions of the paragons in the distance to change again. Too powerful. I can't block his saber at all. Damn it, this guy can definitely compete with our Lord Fire Dragon King. He is actually not weaker than the 9th generation Lord. They were all stunned. At this moment, Zhan Wushuang was incomparably powerful. Every slash of his saber sent the flaming sword chi flying. Countless large cracks appeared in the sky. Fortunately, this was the incomparably mysterious sky, Flame City. Otherwise, this attack would definitely be able to sink everything within a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Chapter 2974. Soon, Zhan Wushuang split the sea of fire in the sky apart. Then he strode forward. Go to hell, brat. He slashed down again, and the sharp saber light emitted a terrifying aura. It was as if a heavenly river had descended from the sky and slashed toward Lin Xian. The commotion here had already alarmed the ancient royal families in the distance. A few figures were hurrying over. However, most of them did not move. The Fire Dragon King, Feng Yinxue, Yan Nantian, and Hui Xinyan all frowned. They naturally felt that there was an earth-shattering battle in the distance. In fact, even they were surprised by that surge of energy. In the dark, Murong Qingqing and Xin Jingqiu were also very nervous. The dark red divine dragon also frowned, but at this moment no one left. Their gazes were fixed in front of them. At this moment, something even more shocking was happening in the valley. This was even more terrifying than the battle between the top prodigies. Therefore, although they knew that Lin Xian and Zhan Wushuang were fighting in the distance, no one went over. On the other side, the ancient prodigies who were watching the battle also kept retreating. It couldn't be helped. The battle ahead was simply too terrifying. The saber light soared into the sky and turned into a murderous sword chi. The entire sky was shaking. If they did not retreat, they would probably be cut in half. A saber light like this was enough to kill these prides of the primeval theocrats. How could they not be shocked? Lin Xian also felt a great resistance, but he was not afraid. His eyes shone with a cold light, and the divine fire on his body surged. The dragon's soul in his body roared. He used the blazing Qilin sword to perfection, and each strike was extremely terrifying. It collided with the bright moon saber. Each time, it was an earth-shattering collision. Buzz! The long sword danced, and endless flames danced on the blade, turning into a scorching sun. It kept rotating and squeezing, filling the sky as if it was going to crush the entire world. A monstrous scorching aura was emitted. The sea of fire surged and shrouded the entire sky. At this moment, there were raging flames everywhere, enough to destroy and melt everything. Buzz! On the other side, Zhan Wushuang roared as well. The bright moon saber in his hand shone brightly. Under the blade, a crescent moon was formed. It emitted a cold aura that could freeze everything. The 9 suns and the luminous moon were two completely opposite forces. When they collided, it was truly enough to destroy the world. Boom! Those primordial geniuses were sent flying. They screamed crazily, "Lord 7th, come quickly! Lord Dragon King, we can't hold on any longer." They were furious, waiting for the arrival of the Flame Dragon King and Humujin. Together, they suppressed Lin Xian. Otherwise, the other party might really overturn the situation. However, no matter how they shouted, no one came over. The Fire Dragon King and the others did not appear. The Archean prodigies were terrified. Damn it, what happened? Could it be that something had happened in the valley? They dared not imagine. They wanted to investigate, but at this moment between heaven and earth, between heaven and earth, between the sky and earth, the cold moonlight enveloped everything, cutting off all probing. The archaic paragons could only dodge with all their might to protect themselves. Damn it, what the hell is going on? They could not figure it out. Finally, In the midst of endless fear, between heaven and earth, the blazing flames disappeared, and so did the terrifying moonlight. The void regained its clarity. Only the large cracks were rapidly healing. Lin Xian and Zhan Wushuang stood in the void, facing each other. The aura on their bodies did not weaken at all. Instead, it became even more piercing. It made the Archean prodigies feel dizzy. Damn it! How could the two of them be so strong? They are not from the royal family, but they are even more terrifying than us. Had Zhan Wushuang and that human kid reached such a heaven-defying stage? This was really a huge disaster. They wondered if the Fire Dragon King and the Seventh Lord could suppress the two of them. The Archean prodigies were terrified. On the other side, Zhan Wushuang was even more shocked. To be honest, in his opinion, the other party had always been an ant. Although he was a human prodigy, in front of him, he could not withstand a single blow. He could easily suppress the other party with a wave of his hand. But now, he had already used the luminous moon blade, and it was a peerless blade technique. However, he could not do anything to the other party. At one point, he was even suppressed by the other party. It was only because he had a battle constitution and a treasured blade in his hand that he could withstand the other party's attacks. Otherwise, if it were the other Archean prodigies, they would have been killed long ago. No, this kid had the 9-yang divine constitution and the dragon's sword soul. If he was allowed to continue growing, he would definitely be a powerful enemy. It would be difficult to contend with him on the path to becoming a great emperor in the future. Therefore, he had to eliminate him today. Thinking of this, Zhan Wushuang's eyes were filled with killing intent. He decided that he could not let the other party continue to grow. You want to kill me? I think you should go to hell first. Lin Xian sneered. He also had the intention to kill, because he also realized that the other party was very powerful. One should know that an ordinary prodigy, even the 10th generation grandchild, would have been killed by him. But now, the other party was actually evenly matched with him. He had to admit that the war tribe was indeed a very mysterious and terrifying race. He could not let the other party continue to grow. He moved the blazing Qilin sword in his hand, and the divine fire on his body burned. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a sword god. He merged with the blazing Qilin sword, and a powerful sword aura swept in all directions. A sword light flew across the 9 heavens and flew out towards Zhan Wushuang. Zhan Wushuang snorted. It's useless. No matter how strong you are, you can't hurt me. He waved the bright moon blade and faced the attack. Heavens, that blade can kill us instantly. But the other party easily neutralized it. The Archean prodigies in the distance felt their scalps go numb. Seeing that the other party had neutralized the sword, Lin Xian looked very calm. His eyes were very calm, because all of this was within his expectations. In the next moment, the dragon's sword soul in his body was activated and let out a loud dragon roar. The 9-yang divine fire on his body was constantly rotating. It formed mysterious runes, one after another. Buzz! In the sky, the sword light shone and turned into a fire dragon that charged towards Zhan Wushuang again. Zhan Wushuang snorted and waved the bright moon blade in front of him. With a clang, it struck the blazing Qilin sword aura and exploded into a shocking vibration. But this time it was not sent flying. Not only that, the fire dragon roared, and the flames on its body surged into the sky. It continued to attack Zhan Wushuang. The bright moon blade in Zhan Wushuang's hand danced continuously and turned into a silver river. Damn it, what kind of sword aura is this? Zhan Wushuang's face changed again. The sword aura this time was far beyond his imagination. It was as if he was not facing the sword aura but a real dragon. A monstrous fire dragon. Kill. Chapter 2975. One strike after another. A fire dragon flew out with each strike. Hundreds of sword energies were released in a row, causing the entire sky to explode. Countless fire dragons surged and roared as they charged towards Zhan Wushuang. This scene caused the primordial elites to scream in horror. Damn it, how could he have such power? Impossible, that fire dragon sword energy should be his trump card. It was already impressive that he could use it once. How could he use it hundreds of times in a row? These people were all stunned. In their opinion, the fire dragon sword energy was so powerful that it must be a powerful killing move. Since it was called a killing move, it couldn't be used too much. However, Lin Xian's actions had completely exceeded their expectations. They were all stunned, especially those from the nest of 10,000 dragons. Their bodies were trembling. Damn it, I can actually feel the suppression of my bloodline and soul. They were about to vomit blood. They were real dragons. But in front of this sword energy, they couldn't help but kneel and tremble. Zhan Wushuang's expression also changed. His gaze was gloomy as he used his terrifying battle strength to send all the fire dragons flying. But gradually his heart sank, because Lin Xian continued to attack. He seemed to have endless divine power. Soon, thousands of fire dragons surged out and enveloped the entire world. They even engulfed Zhan Wushuang. These fire dragon sword energies were evolved from the Nine Yang sword technique and the Great Dragon sword soul. They were really powerful. Just one of them was enough to kill all the primeval theocrats. At this moment, thousands of fire dragons attacked together and surrounded Zhan Wushuang. They really had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Those primordial elites fainted from fright. All the space in the entire immortal realm was trembling. Other than the valley that was still intact, the other places were all covered in terrifying cracks. Ah! Zhan Wushuang roared as he used his bloodline power and activated his unparalleled battle body. With the bright moon saber in hand, he slashed in all directions like a demon king. He sent all the fire dragons flying. But gradually his expression changed. This was because every time he sent one flying, 10 fire dragons would rush over. When he sent 2 flying, hundreds of fire dragons would rush over. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't resist such a terrifying sword energy. Damn it! How could the other party be so strong? Could it be that his power wouldn't be exhausted? For the first time, Zhan Wushuang felt fear. After killing more than 500 fire dragons in a row, Zhan Wushuang's expression was solemn. This scene directly subdued the elites watching from afar. In their eyes, this was simply a godlike existence. However, what made them even more alarmed was that the number of fire dragons in the sky did not decrease. Instead, it increased, as if they were endless. Finally, under such a terrifying attack, Zhan Wushuang showed a flaw. The 3 fire dragons crashed into his body and sent him flying. Fortunately, he had an unparalleled battle body, which gave him a strong physique and a top-level armor. Even so, his armor was still shattered. Zhan Wushuang spat out a mouthful of blood that dyed the sky red. Zhan Wushuang roared crazily. His eyes were like lightning as he looked into the distance. In the endless void, Lin Xian held the killing sword in his hand and stepped on the dancing fire dragons. Countless dragon shadows floated around him. At this moment, he was like the supreme dragon emperor, making people tremble. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Zhan Wushuang's eyelids twitched. He knew that he couldn't continue this battle. After killing more than 500 fire dragons, he was already injured. At this moment, there were thousands of fire dragons around him. How could he fight? Let's go. Zhan Wushuang snorted coldly and decided to retreat. Firstly, he was no longer confident in this battle. Lin Xian's strength was far beyond his imagination. Secondly, he was very puzzled. Logically speaking, such an earth-shattering scene should have alarmed the entire space. Why didn't the Fire Dragon King and the others come? Could it be that something had happened in the valley? He didn't know. He had to go over and take a look. His body swayed, and he tore open the void and flew into the distance. You want to leave? Do you think you can? Lin Xian sneered and waved his sword. Countless fire dragons rushed out and attacked Zhan Wushuang. Damn it, get out of my way! Zhan Wushuang roared and swept his right leg. It turned into a divine spear and blasted away some of the fire dragons that flew over. He blasted away a total of 5 fire dragons, but there were even more that came towards him. "Kid, do you really want to force me to kill you?" Zhan Wushuang roared, and the bloodline power in his body surged. A powerful force suppressed all directions. He was really angry. His opponent had gone too far. He guessed that his opponent must have used all his trump cards to kill him. He didn't want to fight, but it didn't mean that he was afraid of his opponent. That was because he still had a few powerful killing moves that he hadn't used yet. As long as he used them, it wouldn't be difficult to kill his opponent. However, he wanted to use these trump cards to fight for the heavenly fire and the mysterious divine cauldron. Therefore, he didn't want to use them now. However, if his opponent really didn't know what was good for him, he didn't mind using some of his trump cards to kill the detestable kid in front of him. Going too far? Lin Xian sneered. "Back then, when you attacked me time and time again, did you think of going too far? Now that you can't beat me, you think you're going too far? What a joke!" As he spoke, he swung his sword a few more times. Suddenly, the fire dragons that filled the sky hit the bright moon saber and made it tremble continuously. The light on the saber dimmed a lot. Zhan Wushuang's armor was shattered and many parts fell off. His body was also charred black. It was burned by the 9 suns' divine fire. Buzz! The bright moon saber was almost sent flying by the impact of 300 fire dragons. This time, Zhan Wushuang's injuries were even more serious. Blood stained his body red. "Damn kid, I definitely won't let you off. The next time I see you, I'll definitely kill you." After saying this, Zhan Wushuang turned around and fled. The Archean paragons below were all stunned. What? Zhan Wushuang fled? The extremely powerful top paragons, Zhan Wushuang actually fled? And the person who chased after him was actually a human kid? This made everyone feel like they were dreaming. It was unreal. Where did he run to? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Stepping on the dragon's shadow, he quickly gave chase. In the mysterious valley, the Fire Dragon King, Huomuzhen, Feng Yinxue, and the others were stunned. Even the dark red divine dragon and the others were dumbfounded. To be honest, the battle in the distance made them anxious. They wanted to see how the battle was going. However, they didn't leave because something even more shocking happened in front of them. At that time, they wanted to leave, but Yan Nantian stood out and prepared to enter the valley. This scene made Huomuzhen and the others' expressions change. They frowned. Chapter 2976. Although the other party was powerful, he should be on par with them. Even they, who had the royal bloodline, did not dare to enter, but the other party dared to try. Did he want to die? "Oh, Brother Yan, you want to enter the valley?" Hua Xinyan asked with a smile. Yan Nantian did not say anything. His expression was solemn, and his body exuded a mysterious aura. Mysterious runes surged out of his body and surrounded him. Soon he arrived in front of the valley. If he took another step forward, he would enter the valley. Those people's hearts were also in their mouths. Previously, Fengshua City had cast a blood-colored phoenix, but it was burned to ashes by the terrifying divine fire inside the valley. One could imagine that the divine fire inside was enough to threaten them. They did not know where Yan Nantian got his confidence from to fight against these things. Could it be that he had a treasure in his hands? Did this kid have a sacred artifact? They did not know. Yan Nantian's expression was extremely solemn. He stared at the divine furnace in the valley. Buzz! A piercing light burst out from his eyes. He formed a seal with his palms, and mysterious runes rushed into the sky one after another. As soon as the runes appeared, the world changed. A violent energy rushed out, causing the Fire Dragon King and the others to tense up. Huomuzhen also felt that the blood in his body seemed to be melting. Fengshue's expression changed drastically. "Oh no, what's this?" They quickly retreated to the back. In the dark, The dark red divine dragon and the others also changed their expressions and quickly retreated. Fortunately, they were not close to the valley. At this moment, only Yen Nantian was left in front of the valley. There were 9 mysterious runes flashing around him. Are these Taoist runes? Feeling the shocking power, the Archean prodigies trembled. The Fire Dragon King and the others were extremely solemn. They stared at the 9 ancient runes. They shook their heads slightly. To be honest, they did not understand what these runes were. Judging by the aura, they must be Taoist runes. It was too terrifying. Even they felt like they were being penetrated. However, the other party was not a saint. How could he use Taoist runes? Taoist runes were condensed from the laws of heaven and earth and were used by saints. Unless, of course, the other party had the legendary-born Taoism aptitude, which allowed them to fuse with the Taoism since birth, allowing them to cast Taoist patterns even before they became a saint. However, they had never heard that Yen Nantian had such a constitution. Damn it, this guy actually has such a trump card. Once these 9 talismans that were close to Tao patterns appeared, they might really be able to allow the other party to enter the valley. Sure enough, the 9 mysterious runes revolved around Yen Nantian, providing him with great power. Yen Nantian took a deep breath, then took a step forward and entered the valley. As soon as he entered, countless divine flames appeared in the valley and surged toward him. Fortunately, these 9 mysterious runes were too terrifying. It actually managed to block the attack of those mysterious flames. Seeing this scene, everyone's heart beat wildly. He went in. This guy actually went in. Heavens! Could it be that he could really obtain the illusionary divine furnace? Even Huimuzhin's expression changed. Yen Nantian also heaved a sigh of relief. Clearly, he wasn't too sure before. However, the current situation allowed him to settle down. In the next moment, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile as he walked forward again. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, Yen Nantian gradually walked toward the center of the valley. The distance between him and the illusionary divine furnace was getting closer and closer. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. In the dark red divine dragon, Murong Qingqing, and Shen Jingqiu's eyes were wide open. Among them, the dark red divine dragon was very shocked, and his head kept shaking. Shen Jingqiu, who was beside him, was very worried. She said, "Strange dragon, don't tell me you've gone mad?" Murong Qingqing also asked through voice transmission, "Could it be?" "What did you find?" The dark red divine dragon gasped and also said through voice transmission, "Damn it, that's not a Tao pattern. If it's not a Tao pattern, then what is it? Emperor pattern." He actually knows the Emperor's talismans. Damn it, he has indeed obtained the inheritance of the great Emperor. Emperor pattern. Are you saying that those are the talismans left behind by the great Emperor? Murong Qingqing was also very shocked after hearing that. Shen Jingqiu's little face was even more dazed. The great Emperor was the existence at the peak of martial arts and was the dream of all warriors. No one knew exactly how strong the great Emperor was. After all, no one had seen it with their own eyes. But from the records of ancient books, they knew that once the great Emperor appeared, he would dominate the world and sweep through the universe. No one in the world was a match for him. It could be said that he was the strongest person. He could easily kill countless saints. He could turn the world upside down with a raise of his hand. For such a person, one could imagine how terrifying the talismans left behind were. No wonder he could resist the mysterious flame with just 9 talismans. This Yen Nantian was too amazing. They wondered which great emperor's inheritance he had obtained. Murong Qingqing's expression was solemn. Shen Jingqiu's little face turned pale. Then wouldn't he be invincible? Once this kind of talisman appeared, even the saints couldn't break it. This was simply an invincible position. However, the dark red divine dragon shook its head. The real great emperor's talisman was naturally unparalleled in the world, but Yen Nantian was just a young man. How could he display a complete emperor's talisman? I think he must have only comprehended a trace of the emperor's talisman and evolved these 9 talismans. If these 9 talismans were the real emperor's talisman, not to mention this valley, the entire Sky Flame City would probably be destroyed. So that's how it was. Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu finally understood. The other party must have obtained the inheritance of the great emperor and comprehended some of the great emperor's talismans. At this moment, the means he displayed had indeed surpassed them. Do you think he can succeed? Murong Qingqing was nervous. Shen Jingqiu even said that if he went, those people wouldn't let him go. At that time, there would be a great battle. They wondered how brother Lin Xian was doing. They were very worried about Lin Xian's situation. No rush, let's wait and see. Although he had the inheritance of the great emperor, his strength was still too weak. He wasn't a saint yet. Sky Flame City was too mysterious. The flames on the void divine furnace were too terrifying. They wondered if this guy could obtain it in the end. The dark red divine dragon's eyes flickered. The others held their breaths. The Fire Dragon King stared at it for a long time and screamed, "I know, it's the Emperor's talisman." As soon as the words came out, Humuzhen and Feng Yunqiue's pupils shrank. Emperor's talisman. No wonder it had such terrifying power. This wasn't a Tao talisman. Tao talismans existed in the world. They were the Tao talismans used by the saints after comprehending the laws. Talismans were different. Talismans were created by experts based on their own experience or Tao talismans. However, different experts created different talismans with different strengths. The talismans created by the great emperor were incomparably terrifying and mysterious. One talisman could probably kill a saint. This was the peak of the great emperor. Chapter 2977. Who would have thought that Yen Nantian would be so powerful to have great emperor runes? Humuzhen's eyes flickered, and his face was extremely gloomy. The 9 great emperor runes blocked the mysterious flame. Yen Nantian must have other tricks up his sleeve. Perhaps it was passed down by the great emperor. If that was the case, he might really be able to obtain the great void divine furnace. Thinking of this, Humuzhen's eyes were filled with anxiety and gloominess. Previously, no one could do anything about it. So be it. But now, Yen Nantian had such a trick up his sleeve. Should he make a move? To be honest, he definitely wanted to make a move. After all, the great void divine furnace was extremely precious. But if he made a move now, he would fall out with Yen Nantian. Even the Fire Dragon King, Feng Yinxue, and the others would not hold back. They would definitely make a move. At that time, there would be a great battle. It would be great if he could obtain the great void divine furnace. If he couldn't obtain it, he would not even have a chance to obtain the heavenly fire. After all, once he made a move, these people would no longer be in the alliance. And from the looks of it, Yen Nantian was very confident, but whether he could succeed in the end was still unknown. Therefore, for a moment, Humuzhen's mind was filled with thoughts. On the other side, the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue also had solemn expressions. It seemed that they were also struggling. Hua Xinyan had a sinister smile on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. In the dark red divine dragon and the others were all waiting for an opportunity. In the valley, Yen Nantian walked forward with the help of the 9 great runes. But in the end, he still stopped. This was because there were terrifying flame runes flashing in a 10-mile radius around the great void divine furnace. From the top of the cauldron, it spread out in all directions, forming a terrifying formation. This should be the 8 desolation divine fire formation that Humuzhen mentioned. This formation was so terrifying that even Yen Nantian did not dare to casually step forward. It was not that he did not want to, but he could not. This was because when he took a step forward, the 9 great runes on his body cracked. This made him know that he could not go any further. However, it was already not easy to reach this place. Next, he had to use another method. Having obtained the great emperor's inheritance, he didn't just have the great emperor's talisman. Yantian took a deep breath. His body glowed brightly as he formed one ancient seal after another. In the next moment, the void above the valley swirled and turned into a vortex. A mysterious hand that was as long as a hand emerged from the vortex and grabbed at the illusionary divine furnace below. Seeing this scene, Feng Yinxue frowned. No, if he could grab it from a distance, he would have snatched it long ago. He had unleashed a blood phoenix phantom before, but it was burned to ashes as soon as it reached the valley. Even though Zhang Xian was only using his palm, his fate was likely to be similar to that of the Crimson Phoenix. He would probably be burned to ashes in an instant. However, in the next moment, Feng Yinxue's eyes widened in disbelief. He discovered that the mysterious palm did not shatter. Instead, it moved downward and enveloped the illusionary divine furnace. Damn it, how is this possible? Not to mention him, even the Fire Dragon King and Huomuzhen's pupils shrank. It seemed like the other party's methods were indeed mysterious. Hua Xinyan and Yen also stopped smiling. Their expressions became solemn. The ancient chaos hand. I didn't expect you to obtain the inheritance of the ancient chaos great emperor. The ancient chaos great emperor. The Fire Dragon King and the others looked solemn. They naturally had a deep understanding of the human race's great emperors. The ancient chaos great emperor was a very terrifying one in the past. In the dark red divine dragon and the others were also shocked. They finally figured out which great emperor's inheritance Yantian had obtained. Could it be that he was really going to get it? Feng Yinxue murmured. The Fire Dragon King's eyes shone with a cold light. He was already prepared. As long as Yantian took the illusionary divine furnace and left the valley, he would make his move. He wouldn't let the treasure fall into the hands of others. On the other side, Huomuzhen sneered. It was impossible. He was too greedy. He shook his head. Although Yantian had displayed powerful strength and even used the ancient chaos hand, he didn't think that the other party would succeed. His understanding of the illusionary divine furnace was deeper than others. With such a terrifying divine fire, even a saint might not be able to stop it, not to mention the other party. Sure enough, in the next moment, a large crack appeared on the ancient chaos hand. The illusionary divine furnace was overflowing with flames, as if it was going to burn everything. Yantian's face was incomparably pale. His eyes were filled with deep shock. He didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to catch it. Instead, he would be injured by the other party. Thinking of this, he sighed in his heart. It seemed that it was impossible to completely take away this mysterious and terrifying illusionary divine furnace. However, he wouldn't give up. Since he couldn't take it away, he would open it in front of everyone. He wanted to see what kind of treasure was in the illusionary divine furnace. In the next moment, he grabbed the cauldron of the illusionary divine furnace. With a boom, the ancient chaos hand erupted with a terrifying aura. It directly grabbed the top of the furnace and then pulled it up forcefully. At this moment, Yantian was like a great emperor awakening. He displayed a terrifying strength. The 9 runes beside him were constantly shining. On one hand, they were resisting the attacks of the divine fire. On the other hand, they were frantically absorbing the spiritual energy here to provide Yantian with power. Boom! 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 The ancient chaos hand unleashed its power. The top of the illusionary divine furnace rumbled and a crack appeared. Seeing this scene, Huomuzhen's pupils shrank. Damn it! Could it be that he could really open the illusionary divine furnace? Thinking of this, his heart thumped wildly. The others also looked solemn. It seemed that there was hope. Even if they couldn't take away the illusionary divine furnace, it was still extremely good to snatch the treasure inside. The dark red divine dragon that was hiding in the dark was also extremely shocked. This Yantian was really terrifying. Usually, he hadn't seen him fight many times. It didn't expect his methods to be so terrifying. It seemed that it had to be wary of him in the future. Open. In the valley, Yen Nantian roared. The 9 runes on his body erupted at the same time. They were like 9 suns. The ancient chaos hand was also void. It became solid as if it was a real great emperor's hand that descended from the sky. It directly lifted the top of the illusionary divine furnace. With a boom, the illusionary divine furnace let out an earth-shattering sound. A desolate aura rushed out in all directions. A terrifying pressure shrouded everyone's heart, causing their souls to tremble. However, their eyes were fixed on the front. They wanted to see clearly what was inside the illusionary divine furnace. However, the illusionary divine furnace was too mysterious. It was chaotic inside. It was as if it wasn't a furnace but a real world. They couldn't see clearly at all. In this chaotic void, there was a fiery red light that streaked across and circled above the illusionary divine furnace. It carried a terrifying flame power and a thick fragrance. This fragrance was simply too astonishing. Even the Fire Dragon King and the others had never seen it before. Chapter 2978. A Divine Pill? They widened their eyes because they realized that the fiery red light kept changing, but it looked like a pill. A pill from the great void divine furnace. It had existed for countless years. This was an immortal pill. These people were stunned. Their breathing quickened, and their eyes turned red. They wanted to snatch it immediately. After all, Sky Flame City was extremely mysterious. Even the great emperors could not see through its secrets. It was rumored that this was a huge city that fell from the celestial world. The pill inside was definitely an immortal pill. Brother Yen, let me lend you a helping hand. At this moment, the Fire Dragon King laughed loudly. His eyes shone with a cold light. The dragon blood on his body surged, turning into the shadow of a fire dragon that roared in the sky. That fire dragon was extremely valiant and extraordinary. It extended a dragon claw and grabbed towards the valley. It wanted to grab that fiery red immortal pill in its hand. Humph! Let me give you a helping hand too. Huimuzhin also attacked. The fire Qilin on his body shone brightly. Qilin arm. With a roar, endless bloodline power formed a Qilin arm in front of him. It also grabbed at the immortal pill. On the other side, Feng Yingxue shouted. She did not say anything, but she also attacked with all her might. The shadow of a phoenix soared into the sky. This time, it was much more terrifying than the blood phoenix. They attacked aggressively. It seemed like they wanted to snatch the immortal pill that had just appeared. At the side, Huisinyan also made his move. The 4 top sky prides attacked together. In the valley, Yen Nantian snorted coldly. He had used all his strength to open the great void divine furnace and obtain such an immortal pill. How could he give it to others? With a roar, the 9 runes around him shone brightly. He was about to counterattack. However, at this moment, his pupils shrank. Not good. He quickly retreated. The great void divine furnace in front of him reacted to the attacks of the 4 top sky prides. There was a loud boom. A terrifying force burst out from the great void divine furnace. Together with the 8 barren divine fire ray, it exploded and swept out in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. The attacks of the 4 top sky prides shattered in an instant. The fire dragon, Qilin arm, Phoenix Shadow, and Huisinyan's powerful attacks were all turned into ashes. The ancient chaos hand was not spared either. It instantly shattered and turned into nothingness. It was simply too powerful. It was simply not something that they could withstand. The Fire Dragon King, Feng Yunxue, and the other 3 were injured. They retreated and vomited blood, their faces pale. Yen Nantian, who was in the valley, was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. In an instant, he was engulfed by the endless divine fire. Damn it, did I fail? Huimuzhin gritted his teeth in anger. Feng Yingxue and the others also had ugly looks on their faces. That strike just now had made them tremble. Fortunately, they were outside the valley. Otherwise, they would likely end up in an extremely miserable state. Thinking of this, they looked ahead at the valley that was surrounded by endless flames. Was Yanantian killed? Even though he had the monarch talisman, they did not think he could survive the attack, unless a true great emperor had awakened. In the dark, Murong Qingqing and Xinjingqiu were equally nervous. The dark, red, divine furnace shook its head. Damn, what a pity! A descendant of the earth had been killed, just like that. Whoosh! Just when everyone thought that Yan Nantian had been burned to ashes by the divine fire, the void outside the valley split open and a figure appeared. It was Yan Nantian. However, his face was abnormally pale. There was no trace of blood. He was not dead. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even the crimson, divine dragon was stunned. What was going on? How did he do it? Logically speaking, even a sage would not be able to withstand such a terrifying divine fire. How did he survive? Could it be? The dark, red, divine dragon looked at the valley. In the valley, the terrifying divine fire slowly disappeared. A broken talisman slowly floated down from the sky. The ancient chaos talisman. You actually have such a thing. Hoa Xinyan screamed. The Fire Dragon King and the others were also shocked. No wonder he could survive. They had heard of the ancient chaos talisman before. It was equivalent to a death substitute talisman. In a moment of crisis, Yanantian would probably use such a precious talisman to save himself. Indeed, Yanantian's face was extremely gloomy. It was as if blood was about to drip from his face. He felt a lump in his throat. The ancient chaos talisman was extremely precious. Even he did not have many of them. Every time he used it, he would have one less. It was a life-saving measure. No matter how dangerous the situation was, once he used the ancient chaos talisman, he would be able to escape. Originally, he thought that he might not be able to use it in this lifetime. But who would have thought that in this mysterious valley, he would actually use up an ancient chaos emperor talisman? What was worse was that he did not obtain any treasures at all. The ancient chaos talisman. You are the successor of the ancient chaos, great emperor. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the sky. Then a figure descended. Zhan Wushuang. At this moment, Zhan Wushuang was in an extremely sorry state. His black hair was disheveled. Blood flowed from his body, and his armor was broken. Yan Nantian snorted and looked at the other party. Then he was stunned. Not only him, but the Fire Dragon King and the others were also stunned. What happened? Zhan Wushuang was injured? What was he doing? He seemed to be seriously injured. Could it be that he had activated some supreme formation again? Otherwise, he would not be so injured. Let's see where you can run to. Just as they were shocked, a cold voice came from the sky again. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Endless dragon shadows wrapped around a figure and descended quickly. It was Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a sword god. He was murderous and unstoppable. He pointed the blazing Qilin sword at Zhan Wushuang. What? It's this kid? Could it be that Zhan Wushuang was injured by this kid? That's impossible. The Fire Dragon King and the others were stunned. They stared at Lin Xian in disbelief. This should not be. He was just an ant. How could he be so powerful? Zhan Wushuang was at the same level as them and was extremely powerful. Although this human kid was powerful, they did not think much of him. From the beginning to the end, they did not even look at each other in the eye. But now, the ant in their eyes had actually managed to injure geniuses of the same cultivation level as them. And from the looks of it, he had been chasing after him. Damn it. How could this be? What was going on? Humujin and the others looked gloomy. They tried to recall the geniuses they had sent out. Because they had watched the battle between the two sides, they thought that if they called those geniuses over, they would be able to see clearly. Whoosh! A few figures ran over from afar. It was Liang Luo. Soon, Huimuzhen and the others looked extremely gloomy. It was really that kid who had injured Zhan Wushuang. Moreover, the kid had hidden his strength far beyond their imagination. Damn it! This made them uneasy. They did not expect another peerless enemy to appear. Lin Xian stared at Zhan Wushuang and Yan Nantian at the same time. He was really shocked. Rumor had it that Yan Nantian had obtained the inheritance of a great emperor. He did not expect it to be confirmed today. Chapter 2979. He had seen how Yan Nantian tried to snatch the void divine furnace. However, Yan Nantian did not succeed in the end. However, this did not mean that Yan Nantian was weak. On the contrary, Yan Nantian was ridiculously strong. One had to know that the Fire Dragon King and the others could not do anything. However, Yan Nantian did it. Moreover, he almost succeeded. Was this the successor of the great emperor? He was indeed terrifying. Originally, Lin Xian had assumed that only Leaf Dowdenier and Dustless would be a match for him among the humans. However, it seemed that Yan Nantian was really terrifying. His skills were probably above Wu Dao's. Damn brat, don't go too far. Zhan Wushuang roared in anger. Even now, Yan Nantian still dared to point his sword at him. This made him very embarrassed. Lin Xian retracted his gaze from Yan Nantian. He then looked at Zhan Wushuang in disappointment and sneered. Why? Did you think that someone would back you up here? You are still fighting the #1 genius? What a piece of trash. You need someone to back you up. Forget it. A piece of trash like you is not worthy of my attention. Lin Xian retracted his sword. You. Zhan Wushuang was so angry that he vomited blood. He really could not defeat Lin Xian now. Moreover, he was injured and could not use his trump card. Hence, he snorted and stared at Yan Nantian with a dark face. He swore that, as long as he had the chance, he would not let Yan Nantian off. Lin Xian ignored Zhan Wushuang and did not attack again. After all, Zhan Wushuang was not the only one here. The Fire Dragon King and the others were also here. If he attacked, these guys would definitely attack. There was another reason as well. The Fire Spirit Pearl that he had previously absorbed was actually reacting to him. He had already absorbed the energy in the Fire Spirit Pearl. However, the Fire Spirit Pearl did not shatter. It was like a crystal that remained in the mysterious small sword. At this moment, the Fire Spirit Pearl vibrated again. Something must have triggered the Fire Spirit Pearl. Was it the void divine furnace? Or the mysterious heaven fire? Lin Xian did not know. However, he felt that this might be an opportunity. Therefore, he did not intend to attack again. On the other side, the Flame Dragon King and the others also had gloomy expressions. They looked at the great void divine furnace in front of them, shook their heads and sighed. If even Yan Nantian couldn't get it, then they probably wouldn't have a chance either. Therefore, these people either left the valley and returned to the fiery lake to prepare to break the formation and seize the heavenly flame. Otherwise, they would walk to the side and search for other king medicines. Some even sat down cross-legged to recover from their injuries. Lin Xian also came to a secluded place and sat down cross-legged. From the looks of it, he was recovering his strength. In fact, while he was recovering his strength, he was also transmitting a voice transmission to tell her about the Fire Spirit Pearl in his body. The Crimson Divine Dragon was shocked when it heard that. It seemed like the Fire Spirit Pearl was indeed related to something here. He just didn't know. Which one was it? Lin Xian asked. Ruffian Long, are you confident in breaking these formations? The dark red dragon took a deep breath. It wasn't impossible to crack it, but it would take some time. Maybe 1 or 2 years, maybe 8 or 10 years. After all, you should know that these formations are not ordinary. Lin Xian sighed when he heard that. If even the Crimson Divine Dragon said so, it would be even more difficult for the others to crack it. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise. He realized that the Fire Spirit Pearl in his body was suddenly filled with dense patterns. He had seen these patterns before, but he had been absorbing energy back then and didn't pay attention to them. Now, it seemed like there was another secret behind it. He studied it carefully and found that it seemed to be a formation. At that thought, Lin Xian said, "Ruffian Long, protect me secretly." He closed his eyes and sent his soul spirit into the space inside the small sword to study the fire spirit pearl. The others didn't know that Lin Xian was recuperating. As for those people, they began to walk in all directions. For a moment, the surroundings were eerily quiet. Gradually, Humujin and the others came to the fiery lake again, preparing to break the heavenly flame formation. The Fire Dragon King and the 3 supreme ancient theocrats were busy. Everyone was trying to break the formation. Around the fiery lake, runes and flames intertwined. It was a strange scene. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days passed. 3 days passed, and no one had any clue. However, they didn't give up. They knew that they wouldn't be able to break it in a short time. However, they didn't give up either. As for Huamujin and the others, their expressions were incomparably solemn as they unleashed everything they had learned in their lives. On the other side, Lin Xian also opened his eyes. He was ecstatic. Excitement, he was really too excited. In the past 3 days, his soul spirit had entered the mysterious small sword to study the fire spirit pearl. He found that the patterns in the fire spirit pearl were actually formations. To be precise, there were 2 formations. One was called the Heavenly Flame Formation, and the other was called the 8 Barren Divine Flame Formation. Not only were the 2 formations recorded in the sword, but it also recorded the methods to break them. Lin Xian was ecstatic. The Heavenly Flame Formation and the 8 Barren Divine Flame Formation were the 2 formations that protected the Heavenly Flame and the Void Divine Furnace. Outside, Humujin and the other top geniuses had used countless methods, but they were all at their wits' end. However, he had found a way to break it. He was too excited. It seemed like it was time to make a move. However, it was impossible for him to brazenly attempt to breach the 2 spirit formations, because even if he broke it, the treasures might not necessarily be his in the end. Although he was a top genius, there were too many opponents. If the 3 supreme ancient royal families joined forces, he wouldn't be able to fight them. Therefore, he had to think of a way to let these people kill each other first. Then he would be the fisherman who reaped the benefits. Lin Xian transmitted the news to the dark red divine dragon, Murong Qingqing and Xin Jingqiu. After the 3 of them heard, their hearts beat wildly. The dark red divine dragon was especially excited. You really have a way to break it. Lin Xian nodded. However, how to do it was still a problem. Murong Qingqing sighed. Brother Xian, I think it's better to choose one of them. It's not realistic to get both of them. Indeed, Lin Xian wasn't too greedy. As long as he could get one of the treasures, this trip wouldn't be in vain. Xin Jingqiu blinked her beautiful big eyes and said, when Yan Nantian opened the void divine furnace, there was a ball of fiery red light shining. In the end, it turned into an immortal pill. According to my perception, the aura of the red pill was very similar to the heavenly flame in the flaming lake. Therefore, I guess that the red pill must be related to the heavenly flame. Perhaps it has a component of the heavenly flame. What? There's such a thing? Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. Chapter 2980. To be honest, they only knew that the red pill was mysterious and contained terrifying power. However, they did not know if it had anything to do with the heavenly fire. Of course, they did not doubt Xin Jingqiu's words because they knew that Xin Jingqiu had an innate spirit body. Such a spirit body was very sensitive to power. Perhaps among all the elite prodigies present, only Xin Jingqiu could sense it. In that case, Lin Xian's eyes flashed. He had an idea. Why don't we give up on the heavenly fire? Firstly, the pill contained the heavenly fire. Here, Humujin and the others were studying the heavenly fire. It seemed that they wanted to seize the heavenly fire. If we break the array now, they will definitely go crazy and fight for the heavenly fire. When they fight, we can take the opportunity to break the 8 desolation divine fire array and scheme for the Void Sky Divine Furnace. Even if we can't take the furnace away, it would be great if we can get the pill inside. After all, although the heavenly fire was good, the Void Sky Divine Furnace was even more mysterious. Besides the red pill, there might be other treasures inside. However, if we break it and they fight here, what should we do? We can't go to the valley and seize the Void Sky Divine Furnace. Murong Qingqing frowned. Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. It was fine. Fire Qilin Cave had been plotting for a long time. Hua Muzhin was powerful, and they knew Skyfire City very well. As long as they could seize the heavenly fire, they would definitely leave. Don't forget about the teleportation array in the garden. They would definitely use that teleportation array to leave. Therefore, there would be a big hunt. After they leave, we just have to seize the Void Sky Divine Furnace. Lin Xian's plan was very good. After Murong Qingqing and the others heard it, they nodded. All right, let's do it. Lin Xian could not take the initiative. After all, it would be too obvious if he did. Therefore, he told the dark red divine dragon the way to break the array. He let the dark red divine dragon do it secretly. After all, they were covered by the mysterious feathers and no one could see or eat them. Then let's start. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. Then he went outside the valley again, pulled out the Fire Qilin sword and bombarded the valley. He wanted to create a commotion to attract the attention of those people. That way, the dark red divine dragon would be able to do it quietly. As expected, Lin Xian's side began to attack the valley. All sorts of terrifying divine abilities and martial arts were displayed. Rumbling sounds rang out as flames filled the air and sword qi danced in the air. In the distance, Hua Muzhin and the others all looked over. Damn it, what is this brat trying to do? Was he crazy? Humph! Did he think that he could break the 8 Barons' divine fire ray just because he could defeat Zhan Wushuang? What an idiot! These people sneered disdainfully. However, they did not know that beside them, the dark red dragon was quietly cracking the array formation. Lin Xian's solution was obtained from the fire spirit pearl. It was very profound and mysterious. He only needed to change the arrangement of some runic patterns to break the array formation. Therefore, the dark rainbow divine dragon's operation could be said to be silent. 1 spot, 2 spots, 3 spots, and then the dark red divine dragon cracked all 49 of them. When the last one was cracked, the dark red divine dragon hurriedly left with Murong Qingqing and the others. Not long after they left, a white mist suddenly appeared around the fiery lake, followed by a series of deep voices. The entire ground began to tremble. Damn it, what happened? Hua Muzhin and the others were shocked. At first, they thought that something was wrong with Lin Xian's side. However, they realized that it was not the case. There was a problem with the fiery lake around them. Could it be that the array formation had been opened? They were extremely shocked. Impossible. They had been searching for so long but had no clue. How did the array formation break? Could it be that someone was lucky and accidentally triggered the mechanism to break the array formation? The Fire Dragon King's eyes flickered. After all, they were not the only top prodigies who were cracking the array formation. The other prodigies of the 10,000 ancient races were also cracking the array formation. There were so many people. Perhaps 1 or 2 of them were lucky enough to encounter it. However, they did not have time to think too much now. The array formation around the flaming lake let out a rumbling sound and quickly disappeared. The fiery lake appeared in front of everyone, and a monstrous and terrifying aura rushed toward them. It was as if they were facing the divine fire in the valley again. It was finally open. The prodigies of the Fire Qilin Cave were excited, and the prodigies of the other 3 royal families were also wild with joy. Feng Yinxue, Hua Muzhin, and the others were excited. At this moment, everyone stood up and stared at the fiery lake in front of them. Attack! Hua Muzhin was the first to roar. His figure flashed, and a Fire Qilin appeared and rushed over. Wherever it passed, heaven and earth trembled. A terrifying power surged in all directions. "Damn it, how dare you!" Feng Yinxue shouted. Her arms danced, and she struck out with the Phoenix Seal. The Fire Dragon King, Zhan Wushuang, and Hu Xinyan did not want to be left behind. They all displayed their powerful abilities. "Get lost!" At the front, Hu Muzhin roared and spat out a bronze pagoda. As soon as the bronze pagoda appeared, a terrifying aura spread in all directions. With a gentle sound, a terrifying sound wave swept in all directions. Buzz! The space shattered and thousands of runes bloomed. Not good. Seeing this, the Fire Dragon King and the others' expressions changed. That was because the bronze pagoda was too terrifying. The runes on it were terrifying. It was the work of a sage. Those runes were carved by a sage, and they were far more powerful than ordinary weapons. Therefore, in an instant, they were blasted away. "Damn it! This guy has been preparing for a long time. He must be plotting against us." Feng Yinxue screamed. She felt that the formation was not activated by chance, but by Hu Muzhin. Previously, the other party had been pretending and did not break the formation directly. Instead, he waited for these people to be exhausted, anxious, and lost their confidence before breaking the formation. The other party was well prepared. At this moment, the bronze pagoda was the best proof. The Fire Dragon King gritted his teeth. On the other side, Yan Nantian let out a long roar. His body emitted a dazzling light, and 9 mysterious runes shrouded him, emitting a terrifying aura. Monarch runes! At this moment, Yan Nantian once again used the monarch runes and quickly walked forward. As soon as the monarch runes appeared, they blocked the power of the bronze pagoda. "I won't let you get the heavenly fire." Yan Nantian's voice was cold as if a monarch had been resurrected. In front, Hu Muzhin sneered, and the Qilin head let out a sinister laugh. "Who do you think you are? Are you really a monarch that has been resurrected? You're still too young in front of me." As he spoke, he opened his mouth and spat out 3rd-grade flying swords. Each of them was as red as fire and emitted a terrifying aura. Not good, it's a forbidden weapon. Seeing this, the Fire Dragon King's eyelids twitched wildly. Hu Muzhin sneered, and one of the flying swords enlarged, becoming 100 feet long. It slashed forward and broke through the flaming lake. Chapter 2981. Damn it! The forbidden artifact's power was no weaker than a half-step sacred artifact. Dodge it! They dodged one after another. Forbidden artifacts were very powerful, but they could not last long. Generally, they would break after a few uses. Although it was inferior to a half-step sacred artifact in this aspect, it was extremely terrifying in other aspects. For example, its sudden burst of power or the effect of self-destruction was very terrifying. Even Yan Nantian, who had the great Emperor's talisman, did not dare to resist it. This energy was comparable to the self-destruction of a half-step sacred artifact. Therefore, he moved quickly. Boom! 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 The void around the flaming lake quickly shattered. Other than Hu Muzhin, no one dared to stay here. Hu Muzhin had already opened the flaming lake. In the lake, there was a fist-sized flame that emitted a monstrous aura. Heavenly fire! Hu Muzhin smiled when he saw the flame. He knew that it was the flame of his dreams, because the aura emitted from it was too terrifying. It was like the king of all flames. Even his body was trembling and cracks appeared. His own strength could not suppress the heavenly fire at all. However, the bronze pagoda above his head could. It was the work of a sage. The bronze pagoda cast a spell, and thousands of auras hung down like divine chains, enveloping the heavenly fire. Then it kept the heavenly fire. "Let's go." Hu Muzhin laughed loudly and flew in the sky. He called out to the prodigies of the Fire Qilin Cave and quickly left. Around him, the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yinxue's eyes turned red when they saw this scene. Especially Feng Yinxue, she screamed. "How dare you? Stay!" She screamed crazily. At this moment, she did not hold back. 2 pairs of phoenix wings appeared on her back. As she whistled, ice sealed thousands of miles. The entire space froze. The Fire Dragon King also turned into a fire dragon. He kept roaring, and his dragon claws tore the void apart. However, he was forced back by the Rainbow Pagoda. Huomujin was extremely powerful at this moment. His speed was also very fast. "Get out of here!" He shouted loudly, turned into rolling flames, and fled. The prodigies of the Fire Qilin Cave followed closely behind. All of them were extremely excited. They finally got the heavenly fire. "Damn it, stop them! Don't let any of them go!" Feng Yinxue screamed, and the Fire Dragon King roared as well. Zhan Wushuang, Yan Nantian, and Hu Xinyan also quickly followed. Their target was Huomujin. For a moment, many figures were tumbling in the sky. In front of him, Huomujin turned his head and revealed a ferocious smile. "You want to hunt me down with just the likes of you? Go to hell!" With that he roared, and the third flying sword beside him flew out again. This was also a forbidden artifact, and it exploded with a loud bang. Boom! Boom! The terrifying energy cut off the space and blocked everyone. By the time the energy dissipated, Huomujin had already led the people of the Fire Qilin Cave out of the cave. "Damn it, Chase! I must catch up to him. I can't let him escape." Behind him, the Fire Dragon King, Feng Yinxue, and the other Sky Prides roared crazily. They killed their way out like madmen. "Damn it! I was tricked by the Fire Qilin Cave. They would not allow Huomu to escape. Ha ha ha!" Huomujin took the lead. He stepped on a fire cloud and flew quickly. Beside him were the Sky Prides of the Fire Cloud Cave. These people were also extremely excited. They had finally obtained the heavenly fire. Next, they would be able to leave this place. According to the ancient emperor's memories, there was a teleportation array ahead that could teleport them away. Previously, Huomujin had also sensed that although the teleportation array had not been used for a long time, it was undamaged. It could be activated at any time. After using the teleportation array to leave, they had completely shaken off the people from the nest of 10,000 dragons and the divine Emperor Ridge. At that time, they could calmly go and seize the Qilin Eye. As for the Void Divine Furnace, they had given up on it this time. However, they had obtained 2 of the 3 treasures of Heavenly Fire City. After returning, the Qilin Crown Prince would definitely be very happy. Thinking of this, they were wild with joy. However, at this moment, a scream came from behind. It turned out that a palm had descended from the sky and directly slapped 2 geniuses of the Fire Spirit Cave to death. Damn it, the chaotic ancient palm. Seeing this scene, Huomujin's face darkened. Needless to say, it was Yan Nantian who had made a move. The other party was really powerful, as expected of someone who had obtained the inheritance of a great emperor. What should we do, Lord Seventh? Should we kill them? The eyes of the geniuses of the Fire Qilin Cave beside him were bloodshot. They had never been hunted down like this before. Huomujin gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. There was no need to care about these people. Let's hurry up and fly. All of you, burn your bloodline power. We must leave this place as soon as possible. So what if 1 or 2 geniuses died? As long as they could leave this place, they would be safe. Without their guidance, it would be a problem for the remaining people to leave Heavenly Fire City, let alone obtain the treasures. As they were returning along the same path, Huomujin and the others were very fast. They were not obstructed at all. Not long after, they arrived at the garden from before. Not good. There was something wrong with that garden. It was very likely to be a teleportation array. Behind them, the Fire Dragon King and the others' expressions changed drastically when they saw this scene. They had felt that it was suspicious previously. Huomujin had stood under the rockery in the garden for a long time. At that time, they were suspicious. They had investigated, but they did not find anything. Now, it seemed that there was indeed a problem. Hurry up and don't let him leave. The Fire Dragon King roared angrily. Fire Dragon descends. He used a great divine ability. Phoenix soars the 9 heavens. Chaotic ancient divine fist. Apocalyptic blade. Heaven-battling divine blade. The top geniuses attacked crazily, trying to destroy the entire garden. As long as the array was destroyed, he did not believe that they could not escape alive. You want to stop me? It's not that easy. Huomuzhen laughed sinisterly, opened his mouth, and spat out another treasure. It was a disc array. It quickly expanded in the wind and directly merged into the void. Then the array was activated and enveloped the entire garden. Haha, with my Divine Sun Universe array, you can stay outside. Huomuzhen and the others laughed crazily. That was an extremely powerful defensive array. Those below the Sage Realm would not be able to break it. Those people wanted to stop them, but it was purely wishful thinking. As expected, those peerless divine abilities bombarded the array's light screen, producing earth-shattering sounds. The array's light screen trembled, but it did not break at all. Seeing that, the geniuses of Fire Qilin Cave all laughed loudly. Behind them, the Fire Dragon King, Feng Yingxue, and the others had gloomy expressions. Damn it, he brought so many treasures. They had naturally heard of the Divine Sun Universe array. It was an extremely famous defensive array of Fire Qilin Cave. They did not expect Huomuzhen to bring it here. Is it that powerful? Open! Heaven-battling divine fist. Chapter 2982. Even though the void had been shattered, the spirit formation remained completely unscathed. Zhan Wushuang's face turned hideous. The other Sky Prides also looked cold. Let me try. Hua Xinyan walked out, and mysterious runes appeared in his eyes. Around him, balls of flames danced as if they could burn everything. It was the earthly blaze. He had such a strange flame. Feng Yingxue and the others exclaimed. It was a terrifying flame that was born from the earth, and it was very difficult to subdue. They did not expect it to be refined by him. Sure enough, when the flame appeared, the surrounding void distorted. Many Sky Prides trembled as they looked in front of them in fear. Poof! The earthly blaze landed on the array and burned rapidly. Soon, it spread throughout the entire space. The array shook violently, but it resisted in the end. Damn it, how could it be so strong? Hua Xinyan frowned when he saw this. In the garden, Huomuzhen and the others still came to the array. He looked at the exasperated faces of the people outside the garden and laughed proudly. Idiots! The Divine Sun Universe array was an extremely strong defensive array. No one below the Sage level could break it. You people should stop dreaming. Huomuzhen laughed. I'll miss you after I leave Skyflame City. I hope you can escape from here within 100 years. Huomuzhen was overjoyed. Without his guidance, these people would not be able to leave. Hearing this, the Fire Dragon King and Feng Yingxue's faces darkened. When they entered the 4th area, Huomuzhen had provided them with a method to break the array. They had worked together and spent a lot of effort to break it. Now that they did not have Huomuzhen's guidance, it would be much more difficult for them to leave. Damn it! Thinking of this, Feng Yingxue screamed and attacked again. An ice sword fell from the sky, and it was powerful enough to destroy the world. It slashed on the array, but did not break it. Humph! You bitch! You keep going against me. Who do you think you are? Now just stay here obediently. When I'm in a good mood, I might come back to collect your corpse in 100 years. Huomuzhen's arrogant voice sounded again. Hearing this, Feng Yingxue was so angry that she vomited blood. Ah, how dare he insult her like this? This drove her crazy. Damn you, Huomuzhen, I'll kill you. Kill me? Stop dreaming. Huomuzhen sneered. Do you think you have the strength to do so? Be good and stay here. I'm going to leave. Huomuzhen was very proud of himself. After returning this time, he would definitely be rewarded by the Crown Prince. At that time, his strength would advance by leaps and bounds again. As for these people, they were trapped here. What could the other party use to kill him? At the thought of this, he called the prodigies of the fire Chilling Grotto to stand on the array formation. Then he formed a seal with his palm. 9 divine crystals flew out of his sleeves in different directions, providing a tremendous amount of energy. Activate the formation. With a cold shout, Huamujian's body exploded with light. One after another, mysterious runes hit the formation. Oh no, I can't let him go. Feng Yinxue, the Fire Dragon King, and the other top Sky Prides attacked like crazy. However, it was still blocked by the array formation. Although cracks had appeared on the formation, it did not shatter. On the teleportation array, Huamujian and the others smiled. Goodbye. He was about to leave this place. However, in the next moment, he was stunned. The surrounding prodigies of the Fire Chilling Grotto also looked at each other. What was going on? Why weren't they teleported away? Damn teleportation array! Activate! Huamujian shouted coldly. He thought that the divine crystals he threw out were not enough, so he threw out 9 more and merged them into the array formation. The teleportation array made a buzzing sound, but in an instant the light disappeared again. They were not teleported away. Damn it, what was going on? How could this be? Huamujian's face was gloomy, and the expressions of the prodigies around him changed drastically. Could it be that there was a problem with the array formation? That was impossible. Huamujian had personally checked before. The array formation was intact and could be activated at any time. Moreover, he had done it very secretly. He did not believe that these people could see through it. Judging from the situation when these people were chasing after him, they really did not know that there was a teleportation array here. In other words, it was impossible for these people to destroy it. But why could the teleportation array not be activated? How could this be? What should we do? Lord Seventh. The faces of the surrounding prodigies of the Fire Chilling Grotto also turned pale. Could it be that this array formation was broken? That was impossible. Although many tens of thousands of years had passed, so many killing arrays had been used before. This array formation should not be broken. Their faces were also gloomy. What exactly happened? Damn it, I don't believe it. It must be that the array formation had not been activated for a long time, so the energy required was relatively large. His eyes were bloodshot. This time, he threw out 49 divine crystals. Those divine crystals were like small suns, blooming with vast energy and enveloping the entire array formation. This time, the energy should be enough. Huamujian gritted his teeth and quickly formed a seal with his palms. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths. However, this time, they still did not teleport away. All the energy was absorbed by the array formation, but they still stayed in place. How could this be? The prodigies of the Fire Chilling Grotto were about to go crazy. They looked at the people outside the array formation, their bodies trembling. Previously, they had completely offended the nest of 10,000 dragons, Divine Phoenix Ridge, and John Wushuang, and other top prodigies. If they could teleport away, then it would be fine. However, if they could not teleport away, they would face the anger of so many top prodigies. Would they be able to withstand it? Not to mention them, even their 7th generation master would not be able to resist. Huamujian's face also turned green. He roared in exasperation. Damn it, you bastard! Open it. He had gone crazy. He roared like a wild dog. But the array formation remained indifferent. Outside the array formation, Fire Dragon King, Feng Yinxue, and the others were also stunned. What was going on? Huamujian and the others were not teleported away. To be honest, they did not believe it either. It seemed that there was a problem with the array formation. Hua Xinyan sneered. Everyone was stunned, then revealed a sinister expression. This Huamujian was really courting death. Fire Dragon King sneered. Feng Yinxue was even more murderous. Great, there was finally a chance to kill him with his own hands. Zhan Wushuang and Yan Nantian also snorted coldly. Their expressions were incomparably cold. They attacked together. They would shatter the array formation. Cracks had already appeared on the array formation. Now that they were attacking even more violently, it probably would not last long. Seventh Generation Master, what should we do? Chapter 2983. Huomujin was trembling with anger. Damn it, how did this happen? To be honest, he did not expect that he would not be able to leave after offending so many people. His previous plan was very good. He would seize the treasure, activate the teleportation array, and leave directly. However, he had obtained the treasure, but now the array formation had failed. No, it can't have failed. Someone must have sabotaged it. Huomujin looked ferocious. He kept feeling that there was a pair of invisible hands behind him that were pushing everything. When the great heavenly fire array was broken, he had some doubts. Those people thought that he was the one who cracked it, but he knew that he did not know how to crack the array formation. However, the array formation was inexplicably broken. He previously thought that someone was lucky and triggered the array formation's mechanism, but now that he thought about it, that was unlikely. This ancient great array was so mysterious that it was not something that could be opened by luck alone. However, in just 3 days, the great heavenly fire array was activated. Now that he thought about it, it was indeed very suspicious. Coupled with the fact that the teleportation array could not be activated, that made Huomujin's heart sink to the extreme. He knew that he had been set up, but who was the one who did it? Damn it! Could it be that there's a peerless expert hiding in the dark? Who is it? Come out! He roared like a madman. How dare you set me up? I'll definitely kill you. Fire Chilin Cave will definitely not let you off. However, no one answered. What answered him was only an earth-shattering sound. With a boom, endless light flickered, and the surrounding divine sun universe array shattered with a bang. Fire Dragon King, Feng Yinxue, and the others rushed over. Behind them were the primordial elites of the nest of 10,000 dragons and divine Emperor Ridge. Oh no! The primordial elites of the Fire Chilin Cave were so scared that they were about to cry. Huomujin's face was also extremely pale. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. Seeing that the other party had arrived, Huomujin hurriedly roared. They had been set up, and they had to find the person who was hiding in the dark. Misunderstanding my ass. Feng Yinxue rushed forward with a murderous aura, not giving Huomujin a chance to speak at all. Previously, he dared to call her a B*TCH and humiliate her. How could she tolerate it? Buzz! She extended her jade-like hand, which transformed into a divine bird. It carried the divine light of leaf fire as it pierced through the clouds and charged at Huomujin. It could be said that he did not hold back at all in this palm strike. Therefore, the sky prides around Huomujin trembled, unable to resist at all. Huomujin shouted angrily, and a cold light burst from his eyes. A sea of fire gushed out from his body, and his king's domain enveloped the geniuses around him, forming a strong defense. At the same time he punched out. Boom! The sky was filled with crimson clouds that emanated from his fist, spreading out in all directions. This punch was like a peerless, ferocious beast that had broken free from its shackles and charged forward. Clang! When the two collided, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. A terrifying explosion of energy blew those geniuses away. Only the Flame Dragon King and the others were still able to advance. Huomujin's face darkened. He roared, "Retreat!" The sky prides behind him could not withstand such a ferocious attack. At the same time, he quickly retreated. Now that the other party was going crazy, he had to leave this place. However, he had just retreated. Behind him, a divine blade descended. It was sparkling and translucent, carrying terrifying divine force, cutting off his path of retreat. Buzz! Countless runes flickered above his head. A huge vortex appeared, and a godfiend's palm reached out from the vortex, emitting a monstrous aura. The Flame Dragon King and Yen Nantian had made their move. Oh no! Huomujin's pupils constricted. He was the 7th generation god fiend, and his strength was incomparably terrifying. However, he could not fight against so many geniuses of the same level as him. Therefore, he could only hide. His body turned into a stream of light. He burned his bloodline power and narrowly avoided such a terrifying killing move. At the same time, he screamed frantically, "Stop! I've been tricked. The array has been tampered with and can't be used anymore. Moreover, I wasn't the one who broke the heavenly fire ray. Someone broke it in the dark. There's a peerless expert lurking around us. We have to find that person, or there will be endless trouble." Humph! Hearing that, the Flame Dragon King snorted coldly. Zhan Wushuang, Yan Nantian, and the others also felt cold. They didn't believe such nonsense. Feng Yinxue sneered. "Someone tricked you? Someone secretly attacked you? Do you think I'll believe you? We have so many experts, but we can't see through the other party. Could it be that the other party is a saint? A saint can't enter this place. Besides, when you escaped with the heavenly fire, was there someone tricking you? When you humiliated me in the array, was there someone forcing you to say it? Damn you! Huomuzhen, I won't let you go today." Feng Yinxue's murderous aura pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The others also attacked aggressively. Although they were also very confused, they were all burning with anger. They had to capture Huomuzhen and torture him. Then they would think about whether the details were as the other party had said. These people did not hold back. One by one, they unleashed their terrifying divine abilities. "Ah, damn it, I'll fight it out with you." Huomuzhen screamed crazily. His eyes were wide open, and the blood in his body surged. A huge fire Qilin phantom appeared and roared at the sky. At the same time, he burned his bloodline power, and the bronze pagoda also rushed out from between his brows. He did not hold back at all and fought against these people. In an instant, a great battle broke out. In the end, Huomuzhen used the heavenly fire that he had just obtained. Monstrous flames filled the air. The entire space was enveloped by a peerless power, other than Yan Nantian, Fire Dragon King, and the others who fought against it. The other ancient paragons all retreated frantically, not daring to get close at all. However, the paragons of the nest of 10,000 dragons and Divine Phoenix Ridge were not idle either. They all charged towards the paragons of the Fire Qilin Cave. For a moment, the battle was very tragic. While these people were fighting desperately, on the other side, the cave was eerily quiet. At this moment, the cave inside was still like a paradise on earth. The flaming lake that was split open by the saber once again recovered, but there was still no one there. In the entire paradise on earth, only Lin Xian was left. Of course, there was also the dark red divine dragon and the others. They walked out of the mysterious feather. They were finally out. Murong Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. Xin Jingqiu looked around curiously. The dark red divine dragon was extremely excited. "Kid, let's start quickly." Lin Xian nodded. There was no time to lose. They had to make a move quickly. Who knew what happened to those people outside? The group of people moved quickly and arrived outside the valley. Looking at the void divine furnace in front of them, everyone's eyes burned with passion. "My God!" The snow-white little monkey also jumped out, scratching its ears and cheeks anxiously. However, it also knew that the array formation ahead was terrifying, so it did not dare to move forward. Chapter 2984. Because they already had the method to break it, they took action very quickly. Not long after, the entire 8 desolation divine fire array trembled slightly and then disappeared. "Great, it's broken!" The dark red divine dragon was overjoyed, and the snow-white monkey flew over. Lin Xian, Murong Qingqing, and Xin Jingqiu also arrived at the front. Void divine furnace. Everyone looked at the divine furnace in front of them and became excited. One of the pills inside was refined using the heavenly flame. Its value was definitely higher than the heavenly flame, and this was only one of the treasures. There must be other treasures inside. In other words, the value of the entire void divine furnace far exceeded the heavenly fire. "Hurry up and take it away." The dark, red divine dragon set up a layer of array outside to prevent them from causing too much of a commotion when taking the treasures and alerting the outside. "Let me try." After setting up the array, the dark, red divine dragon couldn't wait any longer. He opened his mouth and wanted to swallow the void divine furnace. The mysterious runes on the void divine furnace flickered, and terrifying divine flames spread out, scaring the dark red divine dragon so much that he quickly retreated. No, although the 8 desolation divine fire array was broken, the void divine furnace was too terrifying. It would be difficult for those below the sage realm to walk. "Let's open the furnace." The dark red divine dragon shook his head and stretched out his dragon claws, grabbing the top of the furnace and lifting it. However, the void divine furnace didn't move at all. "Damn, why is it so heavy?" Everyone was stunned. The dark red divine dragon could easily lift 100,000 mountains with just one move. However, the void divine furnace didn't move. That Yan Nantian was really powerful. He could lift the top of the void divine furnace with just one hand. Morong Qingcheng exclaimed. Xin Jingqiu was also shocked. It had to be said that the great emperor's divine ability was indeed powerful. "Let me try." Lin Xian stood out. His 9-yang divine body bloomed with light as he used his full strength. A pair of golden hands grabbed the top of the furnace. "Open for me." With a furious roar, Lin Xian's black hair danced wildly. The entire void trembled and countless cracks appeared around him. The illusionary divine furnace also began to tremble and let out rumbling noises. Lin Xian was like a god of war, his power erupting once again. Finally, a crack appeared in the furnace. It was activated. The Crimson Dragon God was overjoyed. Morong Qingqing and Xin Jingqiu were also shocked. As expected of the 9-yang divine body, it was indeed terrifying to possess such divine power. Lin Xian's face was flushed red. Activating this sliver was already his limit. He couldn't open it completely. However, he also had a backup plan. "Come out, great dragon sword soul." With a cold shout, a dragon-shaped sword shadow flew out and circled in the sky. Then it pierced into the gap. Clang! An earth-shattering sound could be heard. Fortunately, there was a formation around them, so it did not spread out. Seeing the great dragon sword soul enter the gap, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. He loosened his grip. His arm was numb. He had to admit that the great void divine furnace was too terrifying. At the same time, he was even more shocked. It seemed that the chaotic ancient technique was truly incomparably terrifying. The inheritance of a great emperor was truly not to be underestimated. In the future, he would have to pay more attention to Yan Nantian. Now he put away his thoughts and focused on dealing with the great void divine furnace in front of him. Buzz! He grabbed the great dragon sword soul with one hand. Then he pressed it down. He wanted to use the great dragon sword soul as a lever to pry open the cauldron of the great void divine furnace. If it was an ordinary top-tier heaven-grade weapon, it would probably break in an instant. Even a half-saint weapon might not be able to withstand it. However, the great dragon sword soul was different. This was an offensive saint technique between heaven and earth. It would not break at all. Lin Xian did not have to worry. He only needed to use all his strength. Rumble, rumble. The top of the great void divine furnace finally emitted a creaking sound. The crack grew bigger and bigger, and finally more than half of it was opened. Buzz! As soon as the divine furnace opened, a red light rushed out from within, emitting a peerless aura. It turned into a pill and floated at the entrance. It was that pill. Seeing this scene, the Crimson Dragon God exclaimed. Morong Qingqing and Xin Jingqiu also held their breaths. Previously they had seen this pill. The power of this pill was too terrifying. Mysterious runes appeared on Xin Jingqiu's body. She sensed it carefully. That's right, This pill indeed contained the aura of the divine fire. Keep it. Lin Xian took out the 9-story pagoda. It was also a half-saint weapon that he controlled. He put away the red pill. After doing all this, he heaved a sigh of relief. The Crimson Dragon God looked ahead eagerly. Kid, look. Are there any more treasures inside? They looked ahead. It was chaos inside. They could not see clearly at all. Kid, activate your heavenly secret, divine eyes. The Crimson Dragon God urged. Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and looked inside. In the next moment, he could not see clearly what kind of chaos he passed through. However, he saw that there were many flickering lights inside. He thought that there should be treasures inside. He said that there were indeed treasures, but he could not take them out. Lin Xian stretched out his palm and reached into the chaos, wanting to take out those treasures. However, as soon as he entered, the 9-yang palm cracked open. He was so scared that he quickly retracted his hand. It seemed that the aura of the wonton was even more terrifying than the divine fire. Did he have to wait for the treasures to fly out? The Crimson Dragon God's eyes were red. He muttered something and formed a seal with his dragon claws. He shouted, "Come out, treasure!" However, there was no reaction from the void divine furnace. The Crimson Dragon God was so angry that he roared and slapped it with his claws. Damn it! Wu Ji, the Snow White monkey jumped. It was also so angry that it scratched its ears and cheeks. It took off the treasure bowl on its head. The Snow White monkey used all its strength. Its body emitted a white light. It used the treasure bowl to the extreme. Similarly, mysterious runes appeared one after another. Lin Xian also took out the fire spirit pearl from the mysterious sword and placed it on the treasure bowl. He did not know what use it would be. However, he had a feeling that the fire spirit pearl should have some kind of connection with the void divine furnace. Sure enough, under the effect of the two, a few more lights flew out from the void divine furnace. It came out. A treasure came out. A total of 4 lights came out and floated at the entrance. Seeing this, the Snow White monkey waved its claws and kept a blue fruit. Then it was elated. Its big eyes narrowed into crescents. Other than the blue fruit, there were 3 other treasures. One of them was a blood-colored lingji. This was not an ordinary lingji. It was even more terrifying than a medicine king. This was because there were mysterious runes on it. They did not look like they were carved by humans. Heavens! Could this be natural Tao runes? The Crimson Dragon God swallowed his saliva. He had never seen such a magical spirit herb. Big brother Lin Xian, can you give this blood lingji to me? Xin Jingqiu's beautiful eyes widened. There were also terrifying runes revolving around her body. She had formed some kind of connection with the blood lingji. Lin Xian smiled. Of course, these are all for you. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Xin Jingqiu formed a seal with her palm. The blood lingji flew to her side and she kept it. Roar! This won't do. I have to choose one too. The Crimson Dragon God stared at the remaining 2 treasures. At this moment, a roar came with a terrifying aura. Chapter 2985. What a terrifying bloodline suppression. What is this thing? The dark, red divine dragon's eyes were red as it stared at the black pill. This thing looked inconspicuous, but it was actually so terrifying. Could it be the legendary 1,000 Beasts pill? Heavens, I want this thing. The dark, red divine dragon waved its claw and kept the black pill. Then I want the last thing. Murong Qingqing smiled and waved her jade-like hand. Although there was only one left, she was not dissatisfied. In fact, she was very happy. The last thing was a 7-colored lotus. The 7 petals were like a rainbow, shining with a mysterious aura. Needless to say, this was also a treasure. Everyone was very satisfied with the treasures they obtained. Next, the little white monkey activated the treasure basin again. Lin Xian used the fire spirit pearl, but it was useless. None of the treasures came out. They knew that they might have used up all their opportunities. However, it did not matter. Each of them had obtained a treasure. Moreover, they knew that the value of any treasure in their hands was far greater than the Heaven Fire. It could be said that they were the biggest winners in this trip to Heaven Fire City. Lin Xian kept the great dragon sword soul, and the divine furnace slowly healed. Finally, the void sky divine furnace merged into one again. It emitted a mysterious aura and floated there. "Are we leaving?" Morong Qingqing asked. The dark red divine dragon looked at it and said reluctantly, "Aya, this is a peerless treasure. Are we going to leave it here? I really want to take it away. Kid, do you have any other ideas?" Lin Xian also looked reluctant. To be honest, although he could not take it out now, he wanted to take it away. In the future, when he became stronger, he would definitely be able to get the treasures inside. So he wanted to get it. After thinking for a while, he said, "Let me try." Others might not have a way, but he had a way. He had a mysterious small sword in his body. Previously, the mysterious small sword had absorbed the fire spirit pearl. This time, it should be able to take the void sky divine furnace. However, he could not take the initiative to move the mysterious small sword. So, he was ready to take the risk. He reached out and grabbed the void sky divine furnace. The void sky divine cauldron released a divine flame that enveloped Lin Xian. The 9-yang divine body resisted the divine flame, but the divine flame was too terrifying. Cracks instantly appeared on his 9-yang divine body. He roared, "Damn it, keep it!" Just as his body was about to shatter, the mysterious little sword in his body finally trembled. A beam of sword light shot out and enveloped the void sky deity. In the next moment, the void divine furnace disappeared from the valley. Disappeared. The void divine furnace seemed to have disappeared. Murong Qingqing and the others widened their eyes, and the dark red dragon screamed. "Kid, did you succeed?" Lin Xian closed his eyes, and his soul entered the mysterious little sword. Sure enough, he discovered that the Nihility divine furnace had appeared in that mysterious space. This made him sigh in relief. He opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. He had succeeded. "Hurry up and leave. Don't get blocked by those people. If they find out that it was us who did it in secret, these people will probably go crazy." The dark red dragon and the others prepared to leave. Lin Xian nodded and also wanted to leave. However, just as they turned around, a mysterious flame suddenly appeared in the place where the void divine furnace was originally floating. When it jumped, the entire valley's space instantly shattered. A terrifying spatial power enveloped Lin Xian and the others. In the next moment, they disappeared from the valley. On the other side, the battle in the garden was tragic. Hua Muzhin's body was covered in blood, and his body was covered in cracks. He had been defeated twice, and this was the result of using all his trump cards and burning his bloodline power. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. On the other side, the prodigies of the Fire Qilin Cave were also on the verge of death, and each of them was injured. Many of them had been killed. "Damn it, stop. I'm not fighting anymore. I'll hand over the heavenly fire." Huimuzhin was going crazy. However, if he did not hand over the heavenly fire, he would really lose his life. Not only him, but all the prodigies of the Fire Qilin Cave would be killed. He could not bear the consequences. Hearing this, the Fire Dragon King and the others stopped. Huimuzhin reluctantly took out the bronze pagoda. He divided the heavenly fire into 6 portions and gave them to the Fire Dragon King and the other 5 prodigies. Only then did the other party stop. However, Feng Yunxue looked at him with a cold expression. In the end, she did not make a move. This made Huimuzhin heave a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment he trembled with anger. Who was it? Who was it that tricked him? He decided to go back and take a look. The others also felt that something was amiss. After all, it was unreal that the heavenly fire ray was activated so easily. Therefore, these people also followed Huimuzhin and returned to the cave. When they entered the cave, they found that it was quiet inside. They first came to the flaming lake and saw that everything was normal. Feng Yinxue sneered. All right, we've already obtained the heavenly fire. It doesn't matter if you're lying and plotting something. The others also looked over. Huimuzhen shook his head. Someone must have tricked me. Let's go to the valley and take a look. There might be something wrong with the void, divine furnace. They flew toward the valley. Among them, although the Fire Dragon King and the others were suspicious, they did not think that the other party had the ability to seize the void divine furnace. One should know that even the successor of the great emperor, Yan Nantian, could not do anything. Moreover, he only survived after risking a chaotic ancient imperial talisman. It was impossible for others to take it away, unless it was a saint, and an extremely terrifying one at that. Only then would he be able to quietly take away the void wave divine furnace. With a suspicious attitude, they flew toward the valley. However, when they arrived at the valley, they were completely dumbfounded. With a clang, the bronze pagoda above Huimuzhen's head fell to the ground. However, he did not care at all. He stared ahead. Where was the void divine furnace? Feng Yinxue also screamed. The pupils of the Fire Dragon King, Zhan Wushuang and Hui Xinyan, also shrank. Yan Nanshan's eyes shone with a piercing cold light. The stars in his eyes were like the eyes of the martial path, sweeping in all directions. Could it be that it was hidden? However, under such a terrifying technique, nothing could be hidden. He realized that the void divine furnace had really disappeared. Not only did the void divine furnace disappear, but the 8 barren divine fire array also disappeared. As soon as Huimuzhen entered the valley, he roared crazily. Who was it? Damn it, who was the one who did it? The others were also sweating profusely. The heavenly fire array was broken? The 8 barren divine fire array was also broken by someone. Which expert was it that did this? It could not be the younger generation. No one had such a terrifying ability. Even the top young array masters could not do it. The Fire Dragon King and the others shook their heads. They knew how terrifying the 8 barren divine fire array was. Even the 10,000 ancient races couldn't produce such a prodigy, let alone the human race or anyone else. Chapter 2986. Super Expert. There was a super expert hiding in the dark. Damn it. What method did he use to get in? Which faction's super expert was he from? These people went crazy. They felt that it was not just Huimuzhen, but all of them had been tricked by the other party. The other party first cracked the heavenly fire formation, making them fight for the heavenly fire, and the other party quietly took away the void divine furnace after they left. Thinking of this, everyone felt like they had been played, especially Huimuzhen. He even spat out a mouthful of blood with a cry. Even he had been injured by it. Who exactly was it? Wait, where was that kid? Where was that human kid? Feng Yinxue suddenly screamed. The others also looked at each other. Yes, where was Lin Xian? If it was said that Lin Xian was an ant in the past, they wouldn't have taken him seriously. However, the battle between him and Zhan Wushuang let them know that this kid was very strong, not weaker than them. However, during the heavenly fire battle, he did not appear at all, and now he disappeared. Could it be that he took the void divine furnace? When these words came out, the others' eyelids twitched wildly. Impossible, no matter how strong that kid is. He's at most on par with us. If we can't take it, what right does he have to take it? Yes, even Brother Yen, the successor of a great emperor, couldn't do anything. How could this kid have such methods? Although he had the 9-yang divine body and great dragon sword soul, these two were both offensive and combat aspects. In terms of cracking formations, he had no advantage. In fact, he was even inferior to us. They did not believe that it was Lin Xian who took the void divine furnace, because that would be too sensational. Yan Nan frowned. If it was not taken by the other party, then why did he disappear? Could it be that it was the super saint behind this kid? They knew that Lin Xian was related to at least 3 super saints. The first was Xia Juyo, that was Immortal Palace's old palace master. The second was Lin Zhan, that was the other party's father. The third was Wine Lord, his relationship with the other party was not shallow. What if it was really Lin Xian who had colluded with one of the three super sages to take it away? It shouldn't be. The Fire Dragon King and the others shook their heads. Ever since the darkness upheaval, the ancestors of the three ancient royal families have been secretly watching the actions of the human race's super saints. If it's one of those super sages, our patriarch will definitely know about it. At that time, he would definitely not let the matter rest. Therefore, it couldn't be them. Who was it? Could it be that another hidden mysterious saint had taken action and seized the void divine furnace? But this kid happened to see it, and then he killed this kid directly. It was possible. Everyone nodded. They felt that this was also a possibility. Huomuzhen's face was gloomy. No matter who had done it this time, he had really lost. He only managed to obtain 1/6 of the heavenly flame before the void divine furnace disappeared. How was he going to explain himself when he returned? That's right, the Qilin's eye. There was still the Qilin eye. He had to get the Qilin eye. Otherwise, the Qilin Crown Prince would not forgive him when he returned. In the next moment, he looked at the Fire Dragon King and the others. You guys don't need to follow me anymore. At this point, he waved his sleeve, and endless runes condensed in the air, forming a map. This is the way out. You guys follow this path. I have other things to do. With that, he quickly left with the people of the Fire Qilin Cave. Damn it. This guy must have secrets that he's hiding from us. Could it be that there are other treasures in Heavenly Flame City? Feng Yinxue looked at the other party's back and gritted his teeth. Should we follow? The others' eyes flickered. These people discussed and decided to follow and take a look. They felt that Huomuzhen must be hiding something. They followed for a while, but found that he had completely disappeared. This made them sigh. Forget it, this guy knows more than us. It's easy to shake us off. Let's go back the way we came. Yan Nantian and the others shook their heads. Everyone decided to return. In the true spirit world, Heavenly Flame City floated in the sky, emitting a terrifying aura. The great sects of the human race and the 10,000 ancient races were waiting nervously. After all, they had sent in so many geniuses. It seemed that there should be 1 or 2 months before Heavenly Flame City disappeared. They wondered how far Huomuzhen and the others had gone. Did they get the Heavenly Flame? Did they get the Void Divine Furnace? Qilin, the eyes of the powerhouses of the Fire Qilin Cave flickered. They still didn't know that the Void Divine Furnace had been quietly taken away by someone else. Huomuzhen had only obtained 1/6 of the Heavenly Flame. As for the Qilin, it was still unknown. If this news were to spread, it would probably shock the entire Fire Qilin Cave. On this day, not far from Heavenly Flame City, the void split open, and a few figures fell from the void. As soon as these people appeared, their bodies shone brightly, and they instantly recovered. Where is this place? A beautiful woman in purple asked, curiously with widened eyes. Beside her was a peerless beauty in white, a dark red divine dragon, a snow-white monkey, and a black-robed youth. It was Lin Xian and the others. After Lin Xian recovered his strength, he looked around. Heavenly Flame City were out. Sure enough, Murong Qingqing and the others also saw the incomparably huge Heavenly Flame City. They heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were worried. What about the disciples of their sacred lands? There should be a way out. Lin Xian's eyes also flickered. Peacock and the other immortal palace martial artists were also inside. However, he wasn't worried. With so many disciples of the sacred lands inside, there would be a way out. Lin Xian said, "Let's leave this place quickly. After all, we came out early. If we were discovered by others, there would be a lot of questions and suspicions." At this point, Murong Qingqing took out a mysterious feather, covered their aura, and quickly left. Sure enough, not long after they left, a few immemorial kings looked over. What's going on? Why do I feel an energy fluctuation? Could it be that someone came out early? Impossible. It's not time yet. These people shouldn't have come out. Perhaps a demonic beast happened to pass by. The few of them patrolled the surroundings again, but they didn't find anyone suspicious. Only then did the immemorial kings withdraw their gazes. On the other side, in the void, Lin Xian and the others heaved a sigh of relief. That was close. These immemorial kings were so cautious. Forget it. Let's leave quickly. They flew quickly in the dark. Finally, they arrived 5 million miles away. Lin Xian was still worried. He flew another 10 million miles before landing in the forest below. It should be fine. We're already far away from Heavenly Flame City. Those people won't be monitoring here. The few of them heaved a sigh of relief. Kid, where are we going next?